Hello, welcome and welcome back. This is Jacob, and today we are gonna be finishing off the narration for the Act 1 main story of Arknights. And today also no rewind for the last episode like I usually do. We are gonna be going straight into the episode because this is gonna be a long recording once again. But like I said, we're gonna be finishing off the main story, but instead of a long rewind as I usually do them, let me just say first off and foremost, thank you all who have watched so far the narrations that I do on the channel, not just this one, but pretty much anything else on the channel as well. Thank you for watching, liking, subscribing, and leaving messages on some of the episodes and so on and so forth, right? But yeah, thank you very much. It means quite a lot. Obviously, the channel has grown over the year, and I hope it will continue to grow, because mainly I'm having fun with this, as you maybe can tell in certain parts. But like I said, today we are going to be finishing off this episode, and in the new year, so somewhere after January 1st, we're going to be continuing with Act 2 of the main story, who for now, at least on global, has only 2 episodes added to it, which are substantially long by themselves, but we will get to those when we get to those. In the meantime, I hope the release schedule for the game is still on a certain point, because I think before the month ends we should be getting another side story after the current contingency contracts are off. So expect a narration as per usual for that. Also, once we are done with today's episode, once you're done listening to today's episode, you are absolutely free to watch whatever you want out of all of the side stories in this game. No spoilers can do anything anymore to you. But to be absolutely fair, none of the other stories, except a single one, none of the other stories in the game actually spoil the main campaign. I mean, we a couple of months ago recently had the story that takes place like almost 3 years after this point in Laterano, and it doesn't really spoil anything. It doesn't even spoil Act 2, to be fair. Just keeps mentioning that there are still terrible shit happening in the world. But yeah, in general speaking, every side story in the game is free game except one. And I have been saying this a couple of times, I feel like during this series, but after we are done with today's episode, you are free to go and watch and or read yourself the Vigilo side story that is very heavily based around not just Rhode Island, but the Doctor specifically. And just a very big side note here, considering I did already do, and it was literally, I think, the first ever narration on the channel that I did for anything regarding Arknights. It is, however, the very first narration that I did on the channel. It might sound different. It was my first ever attempt at doing this shit, so you be the judge of how it sounds. I will obviously leave a link to that in this very episode, so you can find it very easily, including some other links that I will mention along as we go with today's story. Now, as for today's story, considering we only have 2 battle stages left, both battle stages will be included in today's episode. Like, pretty much the previous 2 episodes as well had 2 battle stages included in it, including the last one had one extra special one, but that one was story-based, so that was not something I'm gonna skip. Today we will have 2 battle stages. We will have 2 extra cutscenes that are unlocking under special circumstances, as we are going to be talking about those once we get to those, and a couple of other things. Also, today's episode will be ending on a very, well, not very special kind of way like the last one, where I included Mephisto's song at the very end, that plays on his very own stage too. Today's episode we will end with something different. And it has been something that I have been keeping on hand not to do in any other kind of shape or form on the channel, and you'll see what it is once we get to a certain point in the story today. But regardless of that, let's begin, shall we? So, last time we joined the two timelines into one and started off on stage 8-1. Now we're gonna be going forward on from stage 8-2, titled Behold, the Twilight Comes. Now here we have the description as follow. Memory and reality have both been completely released, and she knows her time has come. And while it is not a thing that is important for today's narration, it does say here, part of this story cannot be skipped the first time you experience it. Yeah. Originally, part of this whole thing was not skippable. You had to go through it. Why? You'll see in a moment. But first, obviously the stage has a before and after part. Let's begin with the before part, as per usual, and then we're gonna be some things, as per usual. So, let's begin. I'm not doing that ha. She can do it herself. Don't even think of touching her. Do you intend to protect her, he or she? This traitor to the infected, this executioner of our kin? I am disappointed, he or she. How shameful that you would ever turn your sword on me. Amiya? What are you doing here? Watch out, Amiya. Tallulah has inherited all that is cachet. She's no longer that innocent girl who was kidnapped from Lungmen. Madam Shen, that's not right. She's not just the successor. I will tear off its disguise. What disguise? You're that Cartus from Rhode Island. Well, where's Bulder Casti? Did you test your mettle against his halberd, or did you just see his mangled corpse? How could you talk about him like that? Oh, I'm not asking. I'm asking with the utmost respect. I'm merely asking for the truth. He never took off his helmet, did he? His helmet hides the exposed grayish-white skull of the Wendigo. If the people were to see his true appearance, they would surely be frightened out of their wits. Yet their hate and zeal drive them onwards, and the force of the crowd would have broken through the guerrillas' defensive line. Bulder Casti would not have allowed the shield guards to attack a single civilian. They are not spies, after all. Bulder Casti would have been torn to pieces by the raging mob. He would have allowed himself to fall to their rage and ignorance, just as he knew that this day would arrive as he decided to give up and surrender to his humanity. Since you've appeared here, that can only mean one thing. Bulder Casti is dead. Tell me, how did he choose to die? He was a noble warrior. I would like to know how he met his end. I killed him. It was me. You? What sort of firepower did you have at your disposal? That was Bulder Casti. Even so, you've appeared here all by yourself, just like my pitiful sister. Alright, the last person in the city who could kill me is now dead. Now I have nothing left to worry about. Should I congratulate you, slaughterer of my kin? Amiya, don't fall for her tricks. She's already played many such tricks on me. Don't believe a single word she says, even if she's telling the truth. I know, Madam Shen. She wants to kill you. The Tallulah standing before us still holds some untamed strands of memory deep within her heart. You are the only remaining link to her past. You... Huh. What are you talking about? What are you looking at? What do you wish to see? You can't stop me. Are you telling the truth? Why else would she challenge you to a fight? Tallulah will only try to die when she kills you with her own 2 hands. Will only truly die, pardon. You've stopped making any sense. Madam Shen, the Tallulah in front of you has not completely died yet. This tyrant is still not yet fully in control of her mind. Tell me more, Kautus. Tell me about that outdated chicanery of yours, absurd as it may be. You should have died when Tallulah stabbed you. You should be gone. Mind-reading rabbit? I've never considered this. Even if you can read minds, you should not know these things. Where did you hear of them? Am I reading your mind? You've always bragged about being able to protect yourself completely using your psychico-regenium arts, Duke of Cachet. It was your pride as your political opponents remain helpless against it. All I see are memories. I have no idea what you're thinking about right now, but I can feel your emotions. I glimpsed the secret within your memories. I saw the curse that haunts your body to this day. You are not Tallulah. I would like to point out that Tallulah's name at this point has changed to Tallulah, but with a question mark. I suggest you look out for your own skin before jumping to conclusions. Amiya, don't stand there. Avoid that fire. You withstood it? Not for too long. You're surprised too, are you not? Huh. She did it once before. The exact same black lines back at Chernobog. How much longer can you hold on? Your warriors have fallen. Were their sacrifices for nothing? Will you die meaninglessly to my flames today? How is it? Can you still peep on others' thoughts while desperately casting your arts? Such a dirty little trick. It reminds me of... Of what? Think about it carefully. Which is your real Regenium arts? Buldracasti dying by your hand. What kind of joke is that? Amiya, I'll clear a path through the remaining flames. Fall back and jump to the right. Jump as far as you can. Right. Thank you, Madam Shen. Strange. Amiya, Tallulah seems to be very surprised by you. Madam Shen, that's not the least of it. Please, don't let your guard down, no matter what happens next. I'll try my best. I don't think there's anything more important than both our lives, nor anything more shocking than the fate of Lungmen. You're called Amiya? Kautus, if I were to ask you to build me an illusion that would entrance me forever, would you refuse? Would you hold back and avoid using this kind of power? I won't answer you. Your expression and hesitation betray your thoughts, self-proclaimed kind, Kautus. I've never said that. Your actions speak louder than words, false infected warrior. Black arts that absorb memories but do not differentiate between consciousness. Not a unilateral extraction, but rather a proliferation and acquisition that goes both ways. How can this be? How can this be? Kautus, what is this? Can you answer me? Have the Sarkas of Kazdel all gone mad? Devil. Sarkas. A lord of a different race. Was the previous Lord of Fiends an idiot or a lunatic? I can't even remember its name anymore. It seems that the extinction of the Sarkas is indeed imminent. Oh, the Sarkas mercenary W. The Sarkas behind them. So that's how it is. So that's how it is. He caught this Lord of Fiends. Amiya, to be honest, I'm not shocked. I'm quite lost, actually. Do you believe what she's saying, Madam Shen? Does it matter? I believe the choice is yours, Madam Shen. Besides, these facts wouldn't change your mind anyway. Correct. In fact, I think she's trying to buy time until we suffocate. But we're trying to buy time too. Huh? Where are your deputies, the nobles of your royal court, your citizens? Who else did you bring? That ghoul who's been rotting for several centuries? Or that pink-eyed bastard who can't bear the slightest bit of light? Did you personally take care of Wuldercasti, or did someone do it for you? You cannot do it, young false Lord of Fiends. You cannot take control of them and their royal court. You are not a real Lord of Fiends. You're not even a Sarkaz. You're just a little Kal'tsit. You don't have the power to fight against your enemies. Should try, you would be swiftly eradicated. Alternatively, you are just the newest toy of the Sarkaz rulers. Do you feel sadness at being a test subject, immature Kal'tsit? You are an outsider. You cannot do anything but wait for others to take your life and the symbol of the king, and with it, your entire being. I can do that for you. I will help you depart this world without the slightest trace of pain. Deathless Black Snake, are you afraid? What? You've said a lot, Duke of Cachet. Yet, if your life was really as long as the legends told, and if that dread you showed from time to time was not part of your performance, then I believe I understand. Cachet? Amiya, is that true? The one in front of you is Tallulah, and at the same time Cachet. My intuition is not wrong. You fought the Sarkaz in the past, Duke of Cachet. You're afraid of me. You fear me. Interesting. However, the time for jokes is over. I need some time to clean up the current act. This play has greatly exceeded my expectations. For now, I will have to ask you to leave the stage, Kal'tsit. I never expected you to play such a large role. I've underestimated you. If you can feel my dread, that can only mean that your arts are still too shallow. I feel whatever I wish to feel. Even if I am unable to shield my memories, emotions are still a speciality of mine. You're not lying. That just proves my point. That you right now is definitely not completely Tallulah. Should I give you some more time, so that you may dig out some other truth from my mind? Yet my past is just that, and it can only be that. You cannot prove anything. My mastery over thoughts is such that none who have tried to comprehend them have ever succeeded. Yet you did not see what I wanted to let you see. Your honest Kal'tsit. You did not lie. You can only feel emotions and backtrack along memories. You cannot see me actually. You cannot see my actual thoughts. Then let me warn you, Kal'tsit. You don't know me. You don't know Tallulah. All that you've said is built upon your own hypotheses. You fundamentally cannot comprehend me. How would you know who I am? Tallulah, or should I say Cachet? I don't care who you are. No matter who you are. No, that's not right. You're Tallulah. It was Cachet that created you. Tallulah, you're not touching a single strand of her hair. How brave you are, Yushi, to point a sword at your own relative over an outsider. No matter who it is by my side, Tallulah, a good person would never strike at my friends to get at me. Yushi, you have not seen the North Plains of Ursus. You're just like a delicate flower grown in a greenhouse. You haven't seen how cruel this world can be. You don't know what changed me to become like this. Of course, I want to know. How would I not? I wanted to know everything that's happened to you. I wanted you to tell me yourself. Then why not come to my side? Right now, Shen, I don't know. I don't want to fight you anymore. I don't want to harm you again. Huh. You've got it all wrong. The reason I want to know is so I can prevent such things from happening ever again. I want to know so I can judge your actions, figure out your motives, compare your deeds. I want to know so that I can see clearly that what you want to do, how you want to do it, how far you want to go with it. I want to know so that I can see the extent of your sins. As for you, Tallulah, what's done is done, Tallulah. Despite my wishes, you've grown up and become as you are now. You too, Yushi. You've become something that saddens me. My actions sadden you. Reunion invaded my city, killed my friends, harmed countless Ursa citizens, and decimated so many infected. Who's saddening who? I watched as Reunion members helped each other at Lungmen, willing to sacrifice themselves for the sake of their comrades. Even in the wilderness, they have nowhere to go. Who's saddening who? You are their enemy. You are the one who stopped my people. You prevented them from taking Lungmen. Sorry, Tallulah. I wouldn't believe you if you said that sending them off to die in Lungmen wasn't just a way to get this moment here with me. You've never believed anything I said, Yushi. You've never trusted me. You asked if I knew Tallulah. I do. You asked if I believe Tallulah. Of course I do. That's why I came here of my own free will, to verify this thought of mine. But I did not come here to prove your innocence. No, definitely not. Why? Did you just say that you trust me, Yushi? Right now we are both infected. Why can't we just stand together? Isn't our reunion supposed to be something happy? Her thoughts are really shaking. Don't change this topic. You're the leader of Reunion. I need proof, judgment, and verification. The LGD Officer Shen and the present Shen Yushi. I'm not trying to prove that you are innocent. No, how could I? The Tallulah of the past? Excuse me? No matter what caused you to become like this, since when can we look at Tallulah as two distinct halves? It's because I knew you in the past that I want to understand even more. Who and what turned you into this? The pain and suffering you've experienced, the truth behind your father's death, your hate towards Wei and Wu. I can understand all that. Maybe they all pushed you down this road. But what was it that caused you to become someone so cruel? What was it that turned you into the vanguard of the Ursa's invasion? Did you deceive your people too, Tallulah? You're judging me? You abandoned everything to come here, just to tell me off? Was it Wei and Wu who turned you into such a blind, cold-blooded person? Shouldn't you be asking the reason behind my actions? No, that can wait for later. I can reconstruct the flow of events from the garbage heap. I came to fulfill my duty. If you really weren't responsible for these, I would fire a flare. It wouldn't matter even if you killed me. I'd still be able to prove that you didn't deserve death. But if you're conspiring to do harm, then we will gladly give up our lives just to stop you. I want to see to what extent you're wrong. Taking a life without a trial, that's murder, and the city is guilty of murdering the infected. Right now, I see it all clearly. My sword, my thoughts, my ideas, they're all on you. As for the past, let it remain in the past. The past will never return. I will never forgive a schemer who toys with lives, no matter who they are. You cannot break the law with impunity. You wish to cut your ties with me, Yushi. It's pointless to try and taunt me. Feel free to guilt me or whatever. This is who I am, a woman of my word. You're the one who's forgotten all this. Amiya, I won't ask what else you need to prepare. Instead, what do you want me to do? Madam Shen, I need a bit more time. How long? 3 minutes at most. Then I'll give you at least 3 minutes. This time we're really fighting shoulder to shoulder, Amiya. It's just the two of us. But we're carrying the burden of countless lives. You know as well as I. 3 minutes, Amiya. In the next 3 minutes you will not die. I guarantee it. So, once we're done with this, I really hope you'll give me a proper explanation. You have to help me understand exactly what my sister's become. Also, I want to know if we'll be able to face this thing's true nature in the end, instead of just an empty shell with a theatrical streak. I'll accept the outcome, no matter what it is. Alright, I promise, Madam Shen. And thank you. Thank you for your perseverance. I'll believe it when I see it. Tallulah, your actions, your words. I've been watching. I'm relying on you, Madam Shen. Goddess, I don't know how you manipulated my sister's thoughts, or what sort of dirty deals you have with the Sarkas. Is the shadow controlling you, and the mastermind behind W the same person? Don't bother answering. I need my flames to teach you a lesson. You should not have attached yourself to the Sarkas. You should not have used their power to disgrace the relationship between my sister and me. Dirty deeds and sinful pasts are acceptable. The generosity and benevolence of one's country would still be willing to accept you and your repentance. Yet, to go along with the Sarkas and fall in with Kazdel, both you and the one who raised you should be exiled forevermore, to roam aimlessly in the wastelands, thirsty without any hope of water, hungry without a dream of food, to be eaten alive by maggots as you struggle to live, yet unable to find peace as you die. Are you really, Tallulah? She, if you want to know the truth, stop protecting that seed of evil by your side. She was tearing us apart, twisting the truth, and using my memories to mislead you. Cautus, you, Boulder Castiel left in search of the light, yet you walked towards darkness. You're not worthy of killing him. If the devils you're talking about are the Sarkas, I know, and if the people you're talking about are like you, if the light you're talking about is slaughter, spreading pain, harm and deception, whereas the darkness you refer to is salvation, sympathy, and a fight for justice, then I am willing to continue onwards together with the Sarkas. Has your identity as an infected blinded you? Did you misunderstand their goals because of how the Sarkas use the infected? Are you not aware that you are the pawn in their hands? You're trying to drag my sister into the abyss for this? My flames will burn through your deceit and reveal the truth hidden behind you. Take care, for this will hurt. However, I have no choice but to do it. You should ask my permission first. I don't wish to do this, She. Haven't you already done this before? I've had enough of your hypocrisy. Your hate is blinding you, preventing you from seeing yourself and escaping your upbringing. You're the one who hasn't left that fire still, Tallulah. Alright, and here we go into the stage itself. So, as for enemies, we have the usual regular at this point, Ursus, and then we have Tallulah as the main boss of the stage. Just called Tallulah here, and described as the leader and spokesperson of Reunion. So far, she has been confirmed to have masterminded multiple riots, as well as the destruction of Chernobog. Now, one thing I will add to the description here is that to do this stage at this point, and for people who are watching along this and are not playing this game themselves, but maybe have started the game themselves at some point, you do get a free Amia from the get-go, and you get Amia imprints as you go through the various stages of the main story. To do this stage, you actually need to level Amia, and I'm not just talking about leveling her up to a level, I'm talking about going from the initial rank of E0 level 1 to the rank of E2 level 1 at least, to be able to do the stage. So, let's go through the stage. This is gonna be the team for the stage. Doesn't really matter, it's a pretty straightforward stage by itself, as you will see. Tallulah pretty much starts up here in the left corner. She will go into this like underground section, pop out here, and keep on going towards the end of the stage. Meanwhile, the objective is very simple. Don't let anything through, as per usual with pretty much any stage in the game. Oh, and just as a by the way, Tallulah is attacking from range. As you can see, these fire circles that appear under certain operators at the time is pretty much Tallulah's way of being like, la la la. And yeah, that is pretty much the stage. Okay, who do we get on the victory screen? Oh, I was hoping for a Shanoramia, but I'll take it. Anywho, let's continue straight up with the after story. Still not enough. You won't be able to overcome my flames like this. With neither wisdom nor courage, who would enjoy such a performance? Shen Hyushi, how much longer will you swing your sword for the sake of others? Have you ever drawn that sword for yourself? Lord of Fiends. Perhaps the courts managed to create an inferior piece of trash. Still not enough. Just not enough, you two. Actually, it is enough. If you continue speaking to my mind, I'll have to ask you to leave. It's enough. Madame Shen's emotions. They're flowing towards me from the Shishao. Before, we didn't know each other at all. It's the things that happened here that have bound us together. The fate of the infected that has brought us here. Because we believe that the coming dawn will always be better than today. Hyushi is different from you, Countess. Rhode Island is just a scarecrow of the various political entities. From them, you would kill your own kin while speaking of kindness, waiting for a chance to sow chaos. For your own benefit, you don't care about the infected at all. Who else do you want to kidnap? Are you still planning to feed those lies to Madame Shen? You used Tallulah to hijack Reunion. You used Chernobog to seize the Ursus army, dangling a carrot in front of the people of Ursus. Who else are you planning to kidnap now? It's easy to see through your lies since you only ever talk about their results and motivations, without ever saying what steps you take to achieve them. Your promise to Tallulah was the exact same. Oh. You promised Madame Shen in reunion that you would create a home for the infected. You promised that the infected would rise up after our great battle, but Tallulah would never have made such a promise again. Because the first time she made that promise brought so much pain. Amiya. Madame Shen? Amiya, I have my regrets. If only I had met you sooner, so much may have turned out differently. But I've made many mistakes. I think the old Madame Shen would have agreed with me anyway. Not Madame, just call me Shen. Miss Shen. That's fine, it's a bit more formal. Or is it too formal? Sorry to drag you into this sisterly quarrel. I thought our reunion would be a little more dramatic. Or at least a little more conventional. I think that no matter how conventional it is, the feelings we have when reuniting after a long time are one and the same. Is crying very cliched? I don't think so. Any normal person would cry. Very eloquent, Countess. An impressive assault on the emotional front. However, such a skill is better suited to persuade the royal court and senate, to subdue the parliament and those spineless bastards, to incite the blind soldiers and irrescribable citizens rather than me. Castel fell thrice to great fires. It was rebuilt multiple times, receiving millions of new souls and being reclaimed by the royal court each time. Yet the previous residents have all been reduced to ashes in the wind. In Chernobog you once raised a barrier stopping my breath. I'll let you go because the noble warrior who sacrificed his life for you was worthy of my respect. But now you've caught my attention once more. You won't get another chance to escape. Survive this immolation, Countess. Damn it, Amiya, over here, quick! I'm not talking to you, sister. No. I wonder what her burning flesh will smell like. Amiya! Violent flames flash into existence. The searing waves of white fire roar towards Amiya from all directions, completely enveloping her, and even the very ground she stands upon. You! Just try it. If you struck now, would you cut both my arts and her? Let her go, Tallulah. I'm the one you want dead. Too late. The 3 minutes are up. Enough time has passed. Their thoughts shift over Lungmen and Chernobog. Their memories cross the northern plains and the lands of Ursus. She is intimately familiar with Shen's thoughts. She has experienced all of Shen's battles to this point. She has branded Lungmen, Chernobog, and all of the northern plains upon her body. Black lines surge outwards from the ball of flame, forming into distinct threads that carve through the flames. The white fire fades away. How? What cut through the flame prison? Amiya violently gasps for breath. She shuts her eyes. Countless ideas form within Amiya's mind, and dissipate just as quickly. She remembers Frostnova lamenting through gritted teeth. She sees the Wendigo's corpse standing tall. She hears Alina's irrepressible whispers. She sees Ace and Scout and remembers the elite operators dancing at the party. She recalls Lisa taking gingerbread out of the oven. She thinks of Mimi's handmade badges. She sees the light that shines faintly at Sunti's chest as he walks through the corridor during a power outage, a silly grin on his freckled face. She thinks of her parents. She sees her mother holding onto her shoulders as she tries to grasp the fiddlestick. Her mother's fingers are long and fair, though she is displeased at all the scars and calluses. She sees her father falling over after pushing her out the door. She cannot remember exactly what her father said, only that he had tears in his eyes. Goodbye, live on, Amiya. She sees Teresa stabbing a sword into her chest. She sees Teresa wishing her good night and turning off the lights. She sees Teresa picking out a white dress for her, with a smile brighter than her own. She sees the doctor walking in front of her. She sees the doctor looking back, waiting for her to catch up before continuing onwards. She sees a Sarkaz. A great fire, the very same great fire, a great fire that burns all, yet is unable to eradicate malice, a great fire that itself was born of malice. Inside a tent surrounded by the great fire, the Sarkaz roars aloud. We have been betrayed once more. They have broken the agreement, attacked our camp. They are just normal citizens, not soldiers. They are just normal Sarkaz. Why did you kill my wife? Why must my people suffer such injustice? Why do we not have the right to live? We just want to live in peace, a place to call home. Is it just because we are Sarkaz? Amiya's tears evaporate in the scorching flames. Is it just because we are infected? Amiya asks. Are we lower than the wildest beasts, a blight upon this land, simply because we are Sarkaz? The Sarkaz's roars pierce through the tongues of flame, through the arts, through the eras. What crimes did they commit? Are they not innocent? Do you hate them? Amiya whispers. A memory will not answer. Yet this great Sarkaz does so, as if he knows that this question will inevitably be asked. No, perhaps he is the one who never stopped asking himself. Do they hate us? To massacre our kin without rhyme or reason, to renege on their promises, to cover up their crimes by committing an even greater crime. Are they toying with us, or is this manipulation? Do they seek benefits, or is this purely abuse? Is this a moment of paranoia, or is it malice buried deep within? Are we the ones they should hate? They should hate themselves. They should hate themselves for reducing the land to this state, for turning us all into villains. The Sarkaz raises his sword. Black and cerulean engulf the entirety of the longsword. That weight presses heavily on Amiya's shoulders, the long sword that Amiya grips in her hand. Do I hate them? Rage, rage. An endless rage, encapsulating all the pain and injustice upon this land. It breaks past the Sarkaz's bottom line, past Amiya's guard. An enmity that cannot even be destroyed by hate. How can that which raises malice overcome malice? Yet this fury is different. Even if I don't take revenge, even if I never hold a grudge, I still have the right to rage on forever. The Sarkaz roars furiously. They should never have done so if they didn't expect this. The flames tremble beneath his mighty roars. They shrink back, transforming from orange to cerulean in a display of self-mockery. The cerulean flames burn ever brighter. The Sarkaz draws his longsword, the black blade long and sharp, wisps of blue flame trailing across it. His fury swells forth. If this is the end, come at me. I will bring the end to you, to all of us, to myself. If this land will not permit myself to lay down my weapon, then I can only continue to fight until the end of time itself. Amiya knows. She knows that after killing all the Oathbreakers, this great Sarkas had committed suicide. Amiya also knows that this sword had turned into little more than ashes, as if it had never existed. Yet the cerulean fury and the history of the Sarkas' lord have long become a part of Amiya. As move unsheathing blade, the cleave now is cleft. As move a teardrop's point, once known be deft. As sword ear's shadow trace cast off as cast. As sword of Stratos rent, once stood stand fast. Many more memories fall into Amiya's mindscape, the river of time gushing through Amiya's mindscape. It's not a happy ending, but Amiya has run out of time. Amiya sees Shen's rage. Amiya sees Tallulah's flames. Amiya understands clearly that they must resolve this matter here. This sword of fury will not be just a sword of the past, it must become a sword of the present. Amiya grips the hilt tightly.
And we'll burn the
Sword. Sword. From spinning to cutting, the embodiment power did not increase, but the form has changed. It's genuine. Congratulations, Kautus. You're not a fragment, not an experiment, not an imposter. You are indeed the Lord of Sarkas, the enemy of humanity. No, I'm nothing but an infected. A person. I'm a bit speechless. Amiya, what kind of magic is that? That doesn't matter right now. Maybe, but actually it matters a lot to me. Why are you holding a sword that looks so much like Shishao? Why do you know the sword techniques that I've diligently practiced for over 10 years? Miss Shen, is it that serious? Never mind, leave it for the next time. How similar is this sword to Shishao? You can think of it as another Shishao. Alright, Amiya, how much of my sword techniques do you know? All. All that I've seen, all that I've found within your heart. I know it all. What did you find in my heart? Miss Shen, don't worry, I only saw those, things that you wished for me to learn. I can distinguish these things. I really didn't look at anything else. Forget it all. Wei and Wu always said that handling Shishao relies on one's state of mind rather than one's mastery over the sword. I always thought he was bullshitting, but I have to admit, I'm unlikely to ever reach his level of swordsmanship. So, you can just ignore him when he's waxing lyrical about cooperating and principles. But when it comes to the sword, you must listen to us both. Got it. 2 swords. You actually had the gall to choose such an evil weapon like Shishao. Since when have weapons been evil or not? What kind of weapon could be more evil than you? Listen up, Amiya. If your resentment and my fury are one and the same, then so too are our swords. Let's go, Amiya. Take her down, dead or alive. Huh? Can we really? Don't act like we have a choice. You've gained so much confidence from such a weapon. I've been through this tomfoolery once already today, and I don't fancy an encore. Let's test your sword, Countess. I'll see your skills for myself. Too slow. Shishao. Unsheath. Dr. Kal'tsit was right. Shishao is a sword that can cut through arts. The formless flames that devour their surroundings dissipate into nothingness after the flames of cerulean blacken red. A wound. How could this... Ever since I revived through my sheer hate, this body has not taken a single scratch. We only managed to cut her finger. Her arts are too tremendously powerful. Don't underestimate that little scratch. Every little wound and cut we give her will build up and accumulate, will wear her down eventually. That's really sad. Who do you think you are, talking like that while wearing that face? The LGD really raised a kind-hearted girl. You seem very happy covering up your sister's body with an outsider, Hyushi. You dare call me that? Kill me if you wish, Hyushi. You. I can never return. I hate all of this. I hate you. I hate this land that raised you. It made you like this. Kill me. Release me from all this. Otherwise, I will kill you. At least, Hyushi. Hyushi. Don't make me kill you. I don't want to. I can't. Even if it's your fault, I'm like this. That time 20 years ago, You didn't come with me. You backed out. You ran away, Hyushi. I became like this. Something that even I hate, all because of you. It's all because of you. Because you went back on your promise. That night under that torrential rain, why did you willingly stay behind by that evil dragon's side? He killed my father, caused our mother's death. He split us apart. And now you're doing his bidding? It's lying. Think about it, Miss. What was it actually like that night? The sky was clear. I will never forget. That night there was no moonlight, no stars. But it was daytime when you dragged me out. It was during the day. That means... No. Tallulah, Cachet's Originium arts didn't begin taking effect after his death. He had already been using his arts on you from that moment on. Just think, how many of your thoughts has he twisted? How many memories has he warped? Even if he didn't tamper with your memories, he was still exploiting those fuzzy corners of your mind. Tallulah, if you are still Tallulah, even if you wanted to start a war, even if you ended up sacrificing many people, would you have let them all die in vain just for yourself? If there had to be sacrifices, wouldn't you have let yourself be the first? Would you have let the Yetis and Frostnova die helplessly? Would you have used the thing Patriot was protecting to destroy him? You who greatly respected him? Would you have allowed countless Ursus and Infected to die for that? Enough. You cannot shake my resolve. Your actions are completely the same. Down to the very rhythms. Disgusting. Those two swords are still unable to best me. You will eventually run out of stamina, yet my flames are endless. Your swords are an extension of your bodies, whereas I embody power. You will fall to your fatigue, and I will claim your lives. Tallulah, open your eyes and see. Do you truly wish for such an ending, such a tragedy? Is this really what you want? Enough. It's pointless to hide in your shell. Face me! Amiya raises her head. She speaks as if describing a simple fact. Shen looks at Amiya. The girl next to her is unrecognizable from the Amiya of 10 minutes ago. Her unusual tone is surprising. It feels as though a third of it is coming from Amiya herself, another third from subtly imitating her, and the last third... Shen doesn't know either. The Draco pinches her lips together. After much hesitation, she opens her mouth once again. What sights did you see this time? Whose last words did you hear? Cautious, only those who face imminent death like to spout such platitudes. The events of the past cannot harm me. At the same time, she taps the hilt of her sword, lightly pulling apart the shaking air ahead of her and sending the scorching heat towards the two infected. Shen roars just before she moves. It occurs to her that it may be better for Amiya to deal with this. Xishao, fleeting night. She turns to Shen. She turns to look at Shen, a smile on her face. Sorry, it's something like this, right? Blue? Black, probably cerulean. It looks good. Compared to this, Xishao is a lot bloodier. At this moment, Shen considers that perhaps this battle should have just gone like this. The oxygen supply devices have all been destroyed during the battle. To fight a fire dragon while carrying an oxygen supply is nothing short of suicidal. With a huff, Shen discards her extraneous equipment and laments the fact that she was far too hasty with her preparations. Amiya, there's not much time left. She's planning to burn all of the oxygen here. The rabbit beside her is also a veteran of many battles. This reminder should have been unnecessary, but it's enough to divert her attention. There's only one reason to do so. Shen wants to draw her attention. Shen breathes in deeply. She's struggling to keep calm, refusing to be bound by its scabbard. The temporarily restrained Xishao trembles violently, as if eagerly awaiting its release to the point of madness, though it may be because her own hand is shaking. After all these years, only now does Shen feel the tenacity of Xishao. She fears that she will lose her grip on the sword, yet she is unable to stop herself from rejoicing together with it. Shen comes to a realization. Xishao possesses no will of its own. Its will is the will of the wielder. It wasn't that she was unable to draw Xishao before, she just hadn't reached a point where she needed to use it. But now, as she faces a veritable wall of flames and the villain in front of her, the person she longed for, that friend, sister, criminal, along with a sense of total despair, it all weighs down heavily on her. The trembling gradually stops. It's time, Shen feels. Xishao has been waiting for far too long. And she has as well. Miss Shen, please wait. We may be able to hurt her, but even if we have the power to do so, killing her is meaningless. Amiya doesn't feel if she is the one speaking. She feels like a sharp blade bent from injustice and tragedy. Even so, Amiya feels that this blade will return to its original shape, as sharp as ever. She feels a little like Shen. That's not a bad thing. She cannot actually be Shen, after all. Amiya gazes at Tallulah. Miss Shen, did you arrest suspects just so you could flog and humiliate them to take away their lives? Yet her nameless anger is nothing like Shen. She feels betrayal, manipulation, isolation. She is experiencing a story that has yet to reach its end, a gloomy future that which still exists. That is just an outcome, I believe. Besides, we don't possess that authority. I know you'll say that just washing away her suspicions is too easy. No, Madame Shen, Miss Shen, that's not right. Whether or not her suspicions can be washed away must wait until this matter is resolved. Shen bites down hard on her lip, drawing blood. Why does she feel joy at bloodkin harming one another? She cannot answer. She stops herself from raising Shi Shao. She sighs. Exactly. That's just an outcome. I want them to be judged for their crimes. Death can come after they are sentenced. Where does your confidence stem from? It's not confidence, monster. It's called responsibility. Shen holds her head up high. It's our duty. On the other hand, Cachet, you possess nothing. Your body is borrowed. Your deceptions are laid bare. Your flames falter before Shishao. You chose this place as your battlefield, relying on your weapons and disguises. Staying in the core city is proof of your arrogance and folly. You've driven yourself into a corner. You cannot escape. Yep. And once again, for people who are following along with the story and just saw that cutscene, that was an in-game cutscene. The first ever in-game actually fully animated cutscene. But also, changing Amiya's avatar form there for after that cutscene is not just cosmetic. People obviously who play the game know, but people who may not play the game but are aware that there are alternative versions of characters in the game, Amiya just got her alternative version. And unlike other characters, by the way, I would like to point out, other characters in the game who have alternative versions of them are separate, complete units. They are not the same unit, technically speaking, from a certain standpoint. They're still the same person, just a natural progression of things that are transpiring. Unlike most gacha games, you could say, where the characters that get alternative versions turn just, oh, I have a new costume, I have a new element now, I guess I have also new skills for some reason. Whatever. In Arknights' case, characters that are alternative versions of already existing characters are, in almost all of the cases, natural progressions of what the character is currently feeling like, doing like, or just the results of their training over time. Amiya is a special case here, as currently portrayed by the story. She pretty much absorbed all of Shen's knowledge about how to wield Shishao and Shishao itself. And she is the only character so far that has this button right here that says class conversion. Once you hit it, you are presented with this screen right here. The red one is where we are currently, forming like a staff, tip of a staff or something like that, currently symbolizing her as a caster. The left one is the sword one. We click it, we get text in gibberish asking us something. We can decline, or we can agree. And once we agree, she swaps over. We get greeted with more text that is just gibberish. We confirm. And Amiya is now not anymore a caster. She has swapped from caster to a guard, wielding a sword, looking dope as fuck. But yeah, she's now an arts fighter. And as I said earlier in the episode, today's episode will end with a narration of Amiya's full file, because I was waiting for this moment in the story, because I didn't want to go over the file, because it would be very weird to do a file narration in the file narration series that I was doing already on the channel, and presenting Amiya with her two files, which are pretty much the same. I will already tell you that, but she has different voice lines for both forms. And the sword ones are gonna be... Thank you, W. And the sword forms are gonna be very interesting to listen to. But we are now gonna continue on to stage 8-3, titled Arise, Threading Through Flames. As it says here, 6 hours, 26 minutes, 33 seconds. Split flame with sword. Defeat the past with the present. And confront the chaotic with oneself. Rage and know no compromise. Rage and keep no silence. So, let's go over the before story and then we deal with the stage. Also, welcome to the Skyrim music portion of the game. Lord of Fiends, you've done well. Yet I remain troubled by that baseless confidence you and that young dragon continue to show. Are you finally giving up the guys? Who am I talking to now? Is it the changed Tallulah or young Cachet? Denouncing my actions, insulting my person, continuously dragging forth memories from deep within my mind. Did you think that you could subdue me like this, force me to surrender? Or did you think that I would be suppressed by the dragon-slaying sword of Yan and the filthy arts of the Sarkas, free for your arts to do with this body as you wish, to regain some semblance of purity? That is the extent of your oratory skills. Why do you stand against me? Your conceit only feeds your arrogance. It only means you have that much further to fall. However young you may be, you are still the Lord of Fiends in the end, attempting to persuade me, convincing my inner heart, telling me there is foreign being trying to take over this body, and that I should struggle free. Frankly, aren't you unsure as well? If memories and emotions can be falsified, does Cachet truly exist? What does it mean if Cachet doesn't actually exist? This has nothing to do with you, Cachet. We want to defeat you not because of what you have experienced, but because of what you have done. We cannot allow you to continue harming others, no matter what reasons you may have. It's just as Madame Shen said. We don't care. Regardless, if you are Cachet or Tallulah, get the hell out of my sister's body. I wanted to say that, but it seems to just be an excuse for you. If you do have an excuse, save it for the judge. Amiya, get ready. Let's go. Have you been misled by the power I'm displaying right now? Let me repeat myself. Everyone in this city could kill me. Everyone in this city who could kill me now is dead. Besides, Patriot, no one in the Chernobyl core city could have done it. Frost Nova, the frosty nightmare of the tundra, died at Longmen, just as I planned. Even if you use these two swords, you don't hold a candle to them. I've given you the wrong impression. If this body was not willing, I would not be able to accomplish anything. But now, what exactly is this body of mine restraining? I do not understand. I shall liberate it once, just as I once liberated all destruction. The Draco reaches for the longsword, her finger across the blade's edge, leaving a trail of blood painted across it. She laughs. Shen tries to speak, yet her body refuses. Something is flowing around her neck. Amiya gestures towards her, an image appearing within her mind. Shen realizes that they are indeed caught within Tallulah's arts. Should Shen open her mouth to speak, the heat around her mouth would rapidly increase, burrowing into her esophagus and incinerating her from within. Amiya turns to glare at Tallulah, but it's too late. The arts have already taken effect. The Draco's voice reverberates within the roiling heat, but Amiya and Shen are forced to remain silent. Shen feels as if her lungs are riddled with holes, her breath labored and tortured. The Draco's arts seem to deliberately differentiate between volitional expression and involuntary movements. It seems to Shen then even that even Tallulah cannot force her arts to work on all concepts. That's why Tallulah chose their mouths. The red dragon simply wishes for her two to stay silent. Shen grits her teeth. The temperature is still rising. As time passes, it will inevitably reach its climax, and the two will die. After all, they cannot cut apart the blistering air that surrounds their bodies. Countless lives vanish before me, and I grieve for them. Yet I can only continue moving forward because I know the glorious nation I serve demands fresh blood. It wishes for death. It calls for humility. It disappeared, then emerged once more. It disintegrated, then was rebuilt. It died a sudden death, then was resurrected. I journeyed across the plains of salt, the bleeding mountain valleys, and not once was I harmed. For his sword, his territory, his subjects, they grant me protection. Meanwhile, in Lungmen, to think you could use the sword technique so she shall through your fingers alone. Do you not even need to wield the actual sword anymore? You're getting older, you coot. So old that you've forgotten what it is you should be doing before you even think of stopping me. Your arts may be outstanding, but your multitude of worries causes you to make mistakes. Why do you stand against me? Are you thinking of giving up your life to delay me? Why? Don't do anything you'll regret. Are you lacking in things you regret doing, Wei Yanwu? Would you like for Shen Hushi to commit sororicide, for Kashay to do as he wants? Our time is over, Wei Yanwu. You're saying that they should not repeat our mistakes. I have never thought otherwise. You raised her, fortified the city, watched as people lived and died. She's already gone. Why do you force more onto her? You think a group of infected and a young officer can do it? I think things will only get worse if you go. Gosh, Yui, have I ever hesitated to kill? Lots of times. How long do you plan to get in my way? Until I'm cold in the ground. Or until the core city stops. Whether the Shadow Guard stops it, or Ursus, Yushi, or the infected. But before it stops, you're not taking a single step forward. Linko Jui, do not challenge me. Try me, Wei Yanwu. If you want me to let you die like Master Edward did, you'd better send me off first. Meanwhile, in Chernobog at the base of the tower. They're everywhere. Hold the line, forward. Forward, push them out, chase them out. Feline, how much longer can you hold on? Either we win and the battle ends or I die. I won't let them capture Amiya or interfere with her fight. Even if Tallulah dies, these people will not go away. How much more time does your squad need to maneuver? Are you talking about all the gorillas and the infected Patriot brought? Yes. At least an hour. Then we will live for another hour. I'll go with you. Move. Great. That's great, Feline. Gorillas. No. Warriors of Boulder Casti, the oppressed. Onwards. March onwards. March onwards. Now back at the top of the tower. Who do you think you are, the two sides of this battle? You think they are the infected and non-infected. You think that it is justice and injustice. Wrong. That's all wrong. This is the reason you cannot defeat me. One side is simply doing as they wish for their own goals, acting on emotions alone. Weak-willed fools who do not even understand the meaning of war. Whereas the other side is those suffering in Ursus, the people who live in pain under the discrimination of others. You don't care. You don't have the right to care. How could you possibly fathom the love we have towards our land? I love them, those warriors who fight for this country, those passionate people who willingly spill their blood, spill their own blood upon the battlefield. No matter who they see as an enemy, I love them all. They entrust their lives to their faith. It's fine even if they go against Ursus in a moment of prejudice and short-sightedness. Because this land will forever love them. Those dignitaries whose brains are full of shit, who mock the sacrifices of victims among the common folk, I love them too. My love towards them will not falter just because of their actions. Because love is alike, it is equal, it is normal. Those uninfected who fight for the infected, those infected who refuse to give up. I love them all. The way they pursue life is thousands of times better than the trash who waste their lives away meaninglessly. But I love all the people of Ursus, whether strong or weak, benevolent or tyrannical, altruistic or greedy. To Ursus, all lives are equal. We are all grains of sand in Ursus. Some people deserve a better life from birth, but they cannot and will not choose so. Because fate is blind, they must undergo these unreasonable hardships so that they may grow stronger and mature. Some people must be punished, but they cannot, for their lives are still important. They will push forward the great river of time, where things will move and planes implemented until the time when they are drowned and greatness is newly cast. I love them all. Not because of origin, not because of deeds, not because of identity, not because of personality. I love everyone on this land. It has been so for 1,000 years. The Deathless Black Snake. The Deathless Black Snake. Amia, oh Amia, do you know why you are so short-sighted? Why you are so weak? Because you only stand in your own two shoes. Do you know how narrow your vision is? How much misfortune have you ever seen? You've only seen some unremarkable scenes through the eyes of the Lord of Fiends, yet you presume to act as if you have personally experienced it. I've experienced far more tragedy than you ever have. You are constrained by your identity as an orphaned infected, whereas I am the observer of the entirety of Ursus. I live to save the vast land and crying people you cannot. What about you? You are but fools, blind and deaf, despairing over the littlest of things, proclaiming yourself saviors. Could you ever imagine what has taken place across this world? You cannot. The language, history and memories you see are all just short excerpts of self-glorification. You cannot see the scars carved onto the living by fate itself. Scars can kill. The scars of millions of my Ursus kin are etched onto my body. Shen Yushi, you are my sister, in blood and flesh. You stand here against me and view Ursus as your enemy, all because you think it is invading your homeland. If you cannot defeat your own sister, do you believe for a second that you will prevail against the entirety of Ursus? What's more, whether or not Ursus will be dragged into this war, and whatever the results of the war may be, matters not to me. All I want is for this land to free itself from the impose and dissonance it finds itself in. After this war ends, there will inevitably be a winner and a loser, whether it is the military government or a new emperor. The previous Ursus Emperor was like the incarnation of the soul of Ursus. He did not lose himself in pleasure and maintained a healthy distance from power despite his lofty ambitions. He could not be called the embodiment of lust, and was as far from a tyrant as could be. However, he brought about wars for Ursus needs wars. Ursus needs wars for its people to grow. He was exceptional. He was worthy of being called the Emperor of Ursus. As for you, infected, why don't you bow down in front of them and wag your tails desperately, like the beasts you are? You may receive their forgiveness that way. You wish to be accepted by everyone? Of course you can. Just accept the fodder they give you, abandon the language of people, and become slaves. Hand over a quarter of your own for them to squander and slaughter. They will see you as harmless livestock, a pet that looks disgustingly like a person yet is interesting enough to keep around, an accessory that they may grant meager protection to console their miserable pride. You will struggle and die, yet there will always be countless new lives ready to take your place. Your kin will be reduced to such, then and forevermore. Because those fools can only feel forgiveness and satisfaction through such a method. The great systems of power are always established for the sake of you and them, the slave and the master. No one else would treat you as fairly as Ursus and I. We know how despicable the Ursus may be, yet we have no choice but to let you live in their shadow. If you think this is evil, then so be it, because this evil perpetuated a mentality of pathetic salvation that spanned nations that caused life to be so. Until today. I will change everything. I gave them direction. The exceptional once ruler of this nation brought greatness to them, yet even he could not escape the grasp of time. In the end, he could not bring salvation to the infected. In war, their irrational parts are sated, their non-intelligent parts are perfused, their mediocre parts become extraordinary, their indifferent thoughts become fanatic. Those people gain a sort of nobility. To tame and use them is an act of foolishness rather than wisdom. We do not need their allegiance, nor do we want to rule over them. I will let them resort their lost dignity. Restore. In the future of Ursus, the same holds true for the infected. I will bring absolute exaltation and equality for the infected and non-infected, for Ursus and other nations. Inevitably, a winner will emerge between the Borderlands armies and this State Council. I fan the flames of this war, so that they may decide immediately. As time passes, life is eroded and passion is ousted. When Ursus becomes incapable of setting off the slightest spark, its lands and people will rot and become lost in the annals of history. I will never let that happen. I had intentionally let Reunion fall here to be heard? I'm not sure that. Pardon, I'm not sure if that's a typo or whatever that word is. Whatever. To be regathered in my hand and crumbled once again, just so that there is a starting point to all this. Yet you deny all this. You deny everything that I will do for Ursus. How can you short-sightedness see the events a century henceforth? How can you even begin to imagine the infected and non-infected united in their struggle? Why would you disrupt the peace and glory that will follow 1,000 years simply for the sake of a little suffering today? In the end, you are too immature. You have never experienced despair at the brink of destruction. The infected may struggle, but they still live on. In contrast, Ursus has nearly fallen to ruin in a single night on a million occasions. Have you ever listened to the cavalry of Kagan galloping across the land? The sounds of weapons clashing so thunderously they can level mountains and shift rivers? Have you ever heard the shrill cries of Keshigs of Knights Mora as they run their scimitars across their skulls? Have you ever experienced the ear-splitting sound of thousands of warriors of Rus firing simultaneously, reducing the knight and mighty Gauls to little more than ashes amongst the blood and mud? You are clueless, but I don't blame you for that. If you really wish to put your foolish thoughts into action and prevent the revival of Ursus, the reunification of the Ursus under the same banner of faith, the revitalization of the Ursus land, then try and stop me. Try and stop the incarnation of Ursus. Come. And here we go into the stage itself. But first off, we have a sort of new boss for this stage. It is not Tallulah anymore we are fighting on this stage, but rather the Deathless Black Snake. It says here, a disenchanted reunion soldier, or a giant manipulating history, a conspirator full of lies, or a nobleman swallowed by tragedy. The truth has been turned to ash, and only an evil god stands in the flames. And we go into the story itself, and of course we will bring, and we need to bring, by the way, to unlock this stage below, you need to beat the stage with having Amiya as a guard on this stage. You don't need to deploy her, she just needs to be part of the team. But regardless, let's run through the stage, and this stage I will let run in normal time. Until a certain point. Then it's gonna be useless to let it run on normal time, but you'll see. But yeah, in simple terms, it's a very straightforward stage for the most part. The most problematic part about the stage is Tallulah herself, or rather, the Deathless Black Snake. The boss of the stage will attack your units from range, like on the stage before, putting the fire under them as a debuff that takes away health. And considering this is a proper boss stage, it does have two phases, as you will see very shortly once it hits 0. Also, yes, her sword cleave is has a very big range, as you can tell right now. And the ticking debuff is oof. And believe me when I tell you, the first time coming to the stage and dealing with the stage was an annoyance that I spent on probably 4 hours straight. If you combine the 2 sessions I was trying to beat the stage on. The other problem, as you might have just seen what she does right there, is that if you deploy units right next to each other, they're pretty much gonna kill themselves, because at certain points our dear Deathless Black Snake up there does this very cross-shaped kind of Bomberman style explosion that pretty much damages not just the person it originates from, it also damages pretty much anybody next to them. And it hits everybody, so yeah. Also enjoy phase 2. And she is back, or rather, it is back. And it is displaying its full might right now, with all the energy, all that seeping energy that Kushe has just oozing from the fissure that is behind Tallulah's very own body. You'll be able to see it in a moment once they reappear right here. It looks very cool. I will not lie. Look at that shit. So that is phase 2. Also, you have probably noticed that the T-shaped marks have lit up now. Well, there will be more shit spawning on those. Meanwhile, as the explosions are still happening. So yeah, those will explode. And they will go in all directions. But that is fine, because the snake is about to get cut to pieces. And the snake is down for a second time. A barrage of fire projectiles comes in. And for one more single moment, Tallulah will reappear right where she died, just to disappear. And from here on onwards, the stage is pretty simple. It's just gonna be a lot of ads that are gonna be swarming in. So I'm gonna speed it up, because this is pretty much done. Who do we get? Okay, was not planned. I love it. That is very appropriate. That is very appropriate to have on the mission results screen right now. Good RNG. Good RNG. Love it. Anyway, before we go into the after story, we will go now into the EG-4 little scene, burn fragment number 4, titled A Matter of Trust. Once again, to access this one, or rather unlock this one, you need to have Amiya on the team during the stage and beat the stage, obviously, with Amiya on the team. Amiya as a guard, that is. But let's go over this scene very quickly, and then we're gonna return to the story. Hey, what's the situation? Not too good. There's only a couple of devils left on the lower level. Pardon. But they're all battle-hardened mercenaries and horrible at that. Give them a single screw and they'd come up with 100 ways to kill you with it. In terms of combat abilities, we're about even. In terms of numbers, we've only got half theirs. Do you have a butt? I'm gonna lose all the feelings in my legs. Yeah, but the mercenaries are having some inter-team strife. At least a bunch outside are. The ones below us right now, I'm not too sure. You know that's not good news, right? Ugh, ow. That guy just now was a ruthless bastard. If you've done emergency treatment, you're good. Think of something else for now. Distract yourself. It's gotten hotter and hotter above, ever since just now. The action up there has gotten a little scary and, well, how do I put it? Makes it a little hard to breathe. I said distract yourself, not think about it at all. Amiya's alright, isn't she? And that Lugman officer, I only met her once, but when I think about how they're dealing with, what was it? Give it a rest, you're starting to talk in tongues. Actually, you've lost plenty of blood. Hold on, we've got news. It's me. I'm nearly at ground level. What's the situation? The enemy? Stroke of good luck. The Arts explosion just now at the top of the tower was like a volcano erupting, engulfed the floor we were holding. We dispatched a few sentries in all the chaos, and the rest of them had to evacuate down to the open ground. I thought they'd be defending this place to the death. Maybe they all had a premonition of sorts. They all know what's going on up there is beyond any tactical level of foresight now. Oh wait, what's going on? What? Grab onto me. Wait, the fire's spreading. What the hell is even flammable here? High heat. It's just like the intel set. This is the Lula's doing. Quit standing there. What do we do now? Oh, let's go this way. Jump up with everyone else. Wait up. Is your leg okay now? Distracting myself. Confirm all comms. For the time being, no casualties. Calm your hustle. Those mercs haven't gone far. They're confirming the situation, prying for opportunities. Command tower got caught up in a sudden explosion at the top, and now it's fallen into momentary peace. What part of it screams peace to you? Amiya's group are okay, right? Well, with that going on at the top of the tower, I'd say we're practically the picture of peace. Finally. Don't drop your guard. We're still... Why'd you go mute? Hello? What's so interesting about the sky? Is something going on at the tower? Wait, is that an orb of light? A ball of fire? A halo? What is that? Arts. Arts? I've been making a record. Since the start, the first huge sound, the flames and heated airstreams have burst through the building's dome. From beneath the tower to the naked eye, it looks like the afterglow of the setting sun. like the death of infected as successive as the waves. Like rage. Like the city placed in ruin. I don't think I'm particularly perceptive compared to the rest of you, but I know more or less what you want to say here, really. That be the leader of reunions. Hidden Flame. But Hidden Flame shouldn't be things so fearful. That ball of light, that's two peoples. No, perhaps even more than that. Even more rage. So that's Tallulah? It isn't, or put another way, it's not just her. Not by far. Everyone knows the leader of Reunion as the Intel described her, but I can't draw a line between that young little dragon and what I'm seeing now at all. Just what happened up there? I don't know. Amiya. Is there anyone else in the command tower? Yes. We need to go and help them. Wait, keep your head down. Enemies have left the command tower. Go find them. Block this place off. Don't give them the chance to seek aid. What do we do now? Maybe we should go back and help Amiya? No. Only Amiya can do this. She can. I'm sure of it. I believe in her. That's the only reason I have for standing here now. And she promised me, on my next paid leave, she'd tag along with me to hit the streets, and no leader is allowed to eat their words. Okay. Then, until Amiya comes back, clutching victory, we can't relinquish the control tower. At the very least, we hold on until Dr. kal'tsit arrives. Wait, something's cutting the sky apart. Whatever that is. Did you hear that? It happened again. A sword? Right, the Lumen officer's a sword wielder, isn't she? Could a sword do that? I'll hold the mercs off outside the control tower. You guys back in. Rescue the remaining people. Secure an evacuation route that hasn't been destroyed. How are you gonna hold alone against that many Sarkas? I'll go with her. You guys go back in now. Move. Rhodes doesn't have many left. Tell the other teams to hold the net in. We'll be going this way. Crash their defensive line ASAP. Their deaths will be our greatest bargaining chips. Move. Alright. Don't you push it now. They've got a lot of people. It's been forever. Us two fighting side by side. Eyeing for a chance to ambush the enemy. The two battle-hardened operators hold tight in their weapons in mutual rapport, and the Sarkas press on towards them menacingly. Neither side takes their eyes off the other. For sure. So about your vacation, you two still need a bag carrier. As you can see, that scene was pretty much a little glimpse of how the hell the top of the tower looks for people below the tower. But let's finish off the stage's story with the after part. Well done. You've done well. What is this? The dragon-slaying sword couldn't cut me. The sword of the Lord of Fiends couldn't pierce me. So why is my control is fading away? The flames gradually die down, even though the heat remains harsh enough to kill. It's far less brutal than several minutes ago. Shen's bloodstained hands don't stop trembling. She's barely blinking. Do you feel joy? Is it a good feeling? You are so close to victory, so why are your expressions so heavy? Victory is close at hand, is it not? Her arts have been dispelled. We can talk again. Don't be rash, Amia. We're also... Are you planning on to banish me from this body? Feel free. Who the hell are you mocking? Oh, Lord of Fiends, why do you not speak? Come and chase me out of her body. You can do it, no? What difference is there between judging her and judging me? Are these crimes not all my fault? Lord of Fiends, answer me. You're not wrong, Cachet. If she was completely unwilling, you wouldn't have been able to do those things. Those thoughts that belong to you, regardless if they have been twisted, they all originated from Tallulah herself. Are you planning on harming Miss Tallulah's body? What are you doing? Put that sword down. Have you ever seen someone cut his throat in front of you, sister? Not even a Draco's body can withstand the sharpness of this sword. I cannot do what she does not wish to do. So, can Tallulah continue to live? Don't even think about it. The despair within her heart, the unescapable shame, are they strong enough, powerful enough that she would want to end it all? Cachet, everything you've done to Tallulah is unforgivable. Regardless if you're just her shadow, an obstacle of her awakening, or another side of her, no matter how many wrongs Tallulah has committed, you're definitely not in the right. I am merely educating her. My failures stem from my enduring persistence. When you encounter a person without persistence, you will come to realize how much is contained within the word suffering. Just like how those Ursa's warriors, unfortunate enough to become her sacrifices, are relegated to nothing more than the solid road beneath her feet. These poor, pitiful infected that should have exerted their value, they're all wasted now. Even I myself am just part of the road she steps upon. If I had succeeded in killing you, sister, it'd be a lot simpler. You could say that we are the Black Snake. You could also say that I am Tallulah. Shen Yu Shi, oh Yu Shi. Tallulah and I are just one of the many types of father-daughter pairs. Perhaps Wei Yanwu is similar to me. You have the nerve to say that after sacrificing your own daughter. He's nothing like you. No, you mustn't. Too late, Lord of Fiends. I will not let you reveal my secrets. Cachet, you were planning to kill Miss Shen so that you could kill off Tallulah once and for all. And now you can't do it anymore. We've aroused her memories and caused them to echo within her mind for long enough. She can no longer bear it. Miss Tallulah, please remember, please recall who you are. No matter what kind of sacrifice it may be, if it was you, you would sacrifice yourself first for the sake of others, right? Think about Frostnova, about Faust, think about all the warriors who believed in you. Think about yourself. Are you really just going to let us take your life like this? You could never accept your death while having your body manipulated like this. Even if you were to feel remorse, even if you felt sinful, you should do so as yourself, and not as the carrier of a curse, the victim of an ancient evil. Even if you wanted to die, you should die as Tallulah. Die as the Tallulah who wanted to change these snowfields, the Tallulah who wished to change the fate of the infected. Miss Tallulah, I know that you weren't seeking achievement or glory when you began fighting for the infected. It's fine even if you failed. You did so because you believed it was the correct thing to do. That's why no matter what kind of people we are facing, no matter what world we face, we will always strive to move forward, never stopping until we can finally rest. Aren't you that kind of person? Aren't you aren't people you know all like that? Tallulah, are you content being a puppet of the snake? Will you let it end like this? Is this really the Tallulah I know? Are you really worthy of being called the leader of the infected? I'm not worthy. Could it be Miss Tallulah? This is definitely not the first time the white-haired Draco attempted to resist her father, the leader of the infected. I have never been. He has only ever taught her about his schemes. Those schemes were in fact statements of intent. Though she knew all about it, she was never able to stop herself. Even before the hatred she has for those things she cannot accept, she first and foremost hates herself. I've failed. I've fallen into your trap. What's worse is that it was all of my own doing. Yet even so, you may not mock my kin. What right do you have to mock those kin of mine who refuse to concede to the bitter end? The difference between me and you is that your love is just sacrifice. Mr. Boulder Casti, Yelena, little Eno, little Sasha, the quiet Ludmilla, the kind Alex, Alina. What right have I to mock them? What right have I to mock my infected kin who are struggling to survive? Enough. You can stop here. I'm no longer you, Cachet. I'm different from you. I'm not another black snake. I might be a Cachet, but I'm definitely not another black snake. Your curse must end here today. My hatred has killed far too many. Don't even think about using hatred to incite me any further. Cachet, that hatred and history you've carried with you for countless years, it will all end with me. You may be the seed, the vines, the towering tree. It doesn't matter, Cachet. I am fire. I taught you all of this. No, Cachet, this world, that snowfield, those people chasing after the sunlight, you will never understand the things they taught me. The people who could direct my power are already here. Even if you made me lose them, you can never control my emotions ever again. My fire will burn through you and me alike. This fire, raging from the plight of my kin, from all those who are enslaved, will burn you and your branches to a crisp. You dare oppose me? How could you? Why would I ever let you escape from my fangs? Are you angry not because your plans have failed, but because you're not able to control her anymore? Control? She is me. I am her. Of course, Cachet. How could a daughter of a Draco be as drake as a worm like you? Oh, I did that the last time I was reading through this as well. I misread that. How could a daughter of Draco be as dark as a worm like you? Mission, you mustn't let the Fidian operators hear that. I once had a snake boss who was incapable of telling a lie. Never mind. Cachet, there's only one reason you failed. You're not worthy. You're not worthy of possessing my sister's body. You're not worthy of starting a war. In fact, you're not worthy of the experience you've talked so much about. So get the hell out of Tallulah's body right now. Before I leave this body, do you really think that you can stop the core city? No. As long as I end this life here, everything will continue moving forward. How can you possibly stop Ursus? Could it be she's not your... You're still tracing my emotions. Mongrel Lord of Fiends, even if it's the truth, you don't have the right to speak it. Huh. You're not wrong, however. Fine. There will always be another Chernobog and another conscious puppet. There will definitely be another Tallulah. I admit defeat. Go ahead and celebrate your victory to your heart's content. It doesn't matter. Nothing matters anymore. Remember this, Tallulah. I will be there even at the edge of the world. The white-haired Draco crumples to the floor. Is it over? Don't move. We cannot be sure of this. If this is just another trick of that old snake, I don't know if Tallulah really managed to purge him from her mind, or if she's really feeling regret over her actions. Besides, it's not over. We still have to stop the city. You better give me that thing if you want to stop the city, Bunny. What? W? Where did you come from? The key. Hurry before it's too late. We're all dead meat if this giant hunk of scrap doesn't stop soon. I cannot stop. I cannot trust an enemy who's killed my Rhode Island friends. How can I make you trust me, then? How about this? Just read my heart. Normally I'd blow the hell out of anyone who tried, but I'm willing to make an exception here. Besides, it doesn't really matter if you don't trust me, Rabbit. I don't trust you either. But I don't think Theresa's successor would make a stupid mistake at a time like this. Just hand it over. You can kill me after the city stops moving. Not that I'd just stand there and let you do it, but I'll give you a shot. That's a special limited time offer. I don't go around giving out kill me passes to just anyone. I can't trust a murderer either. Then you probably don't trust yourself, True enough. W, tell me one more thing I can trust. That. Oh. Amiya, for this land to fall into peaceful slumber. Amiya, to me dreams are something far out of reach. It's so tiring dealing with so many matters each and every day. However, I do have a dream like that. This dream makes me think that no matter how much effort I put in here, it's all worth it. If your mom and dad were at your side when you slept at night, would you be a lot happier? Yes. I know we may have conflict. You might still throw tantrums knocking over furniture or being picky over dinner. Don't give kal'tsit a hard time. She doesn't mean it. I know, child. Yes, no matter what, we will always feel safer when our parents are by our side. They are like a lamp shining bright in the darkness. They will chase away the monsters hidden in the dark corners, the drooling beasts prowling outside the windows. Do you miss them more? It's fine, Amiya. I'm here. It will be all okay, Amiya. Your mom and dad must have thought so. No matter how many worries fill their minds, parents always think of more when looking at their children. Sometimes it's the only reason for us to continue living, because life continues after we die for no reason other than that others live on. That is the reason that helps us to move forward. I do not wish for children to lose their parents, nor for parents to grieve over their children. In this world of ours, people are always having their lives taken. Inevitably, something will take away the people we love, the people that give us strength to move forward. Sometimes these things even happen between parent and child, just because of a few words, a few thoughts. Their relationship fills with hate. The blood that flows from our wounds cannot irrigate the fields. The pain that builds up year after year will never bear fruit. Amia, we are weak. Even if our tears fall into the earth, seeds will not sprout there. That's why I have a very distant dream. I wish for the people of this world to never again cry tears of separation and loss. I don't want our night skies to be filled with broken hearts and emptiness. Perhaps one day we'll be able to let everyone on this vast land fall into peaceful slumber. Yes, everyone, including us. Even if that future will never come, even if this world should sink into darkness, Amia, we live not just for a singular answer. Right now, Rhode Island is still trotting along its path. Everything is running as usual, even if we never reach our destination. Good night and sweet dreams. Bunny, no, Amia. Let me do something for the speaker. Just this once. Let me help the ones who aren't dead yet. Just this once. The black longsword in Amia's hand turns to dust that scatters in the wind. I know. W, I'll trust you just this once. So that this land may fall into peaceful slumber. It's up to you, W. The Katos girl pushes a box into the Sarkis' hands. Thank you. Old man, I know your last wish. I'll stop this goddamn city right now. Where do you input commands? Wait, this key. What? This key is... The command panel, speaking in Ursin. Warning, insufficient clearance. This key can only be used for startup. What the hell does it mean, insufficient clearance? What did you say? Listen to me. This thing might be a key, but it's useless. It doesn't have clearance. If even the mayor doesn't have clearance, who the hell can stop this machine? So from start to end, everyone was deceived? But the core of a nomadic city must have an emergency break key, unless the key has already been burnt away. No, that can't be right. Misha? No. Not so. The key is with me. What? Dragon lady? Oh, huh. So are you gonna give it to me or not? If you really have to see that evil scheme of yours through. Catch. Hey, got it. The real you're pretty straightforward. I might even like you. Glip-tongued Sarkas. Just press it into the control panel, you'll know what to do. I know the command. Hold on tight, Amia. I don't know how hard this break goes. Let's see, what was it? Speaking in Ursin. To feed the people? Yeah, that's it. Where did you get that key from? Huh. It was hanging on the wall in the break control room. Anyone can use it as long as you know the command. It's just nobody thought of it. No one thought of such a ludicrous development and cruel deception. To divert the guerrillas to fool the LGD, these keys were just a lie to trick them. I made use of their unfamiliarity with the large nomadic cities. I exploited the trust Skullshatter and Patriot had for me, even though that was the last time they trusted me. Tallulah speaking in Ursin. To feed the people. 5:42 p.m. The great mass of iron rumbles in protest, slowing its steps towards total destruction. Finally, the Chernobyl core city stops outside the range of Lungman's guns. That wasn't as rough as I thought it would be. Good thing we stopped it in time. Phew. Dragon Lady, I can't believe you didn't destroy the key. Hey, you playing dumb? She didn't want to. Cache must have tried every possibility attempting her into destroying that key, but he couldn't, because there must have been that little bit of consciousness that he couldn't shake or erase with his arts. Or maybe she never considered it, even if she thought to destroy everyone in a fit of rage. I don't think she would have ever gone through with it. At the very least, she wanted the infected to be able to go on living. Stand up. Come on, you've disappointed everyone enough already. Stand up, Tallulah. Stand up, Tallulah. What is this? Didn't you say it yourself? That you understood best whether you were being genuine or not? Whether your words were coming from your heart or if they were just borrowing someone else's mouth? You said this corrupt world was your enemy. Do you understand what that means, Tallulah? No, you should know better than me. For the infected. No, to break down the high wall that separates the infected and non-infected. To put an end to the ugly murders and wicked slavery. You who have fought alongside the infected for so many years would have to know better than me. You know we can't win against the world. You don't have a ghost of a chance. They will oppose you, slander you, drown you, abandon you, deceive you. As long as you dare to stand out, they will drag you into the filthiest places and use the foulest methods to deal with you. You will be knocked down if you make even a single mistake, yet your enemies are endless. You choose to move forward to oppose them, to devote your life, but your enemies are immortal. There is only one possible ending. You will be knocked down, you will be destroyed, even if you took just a single misstep. A single misstep would become an excuse for them to hurt you, a perfectly justifiable one. They would pounce onto you like beasts onto this scent of blood, tearing at your flesh, ripping at your tongue and eyes as they howl insults at your dignity. But no one is perfect. You'll be knocked down, you will fall to the ground. Even so, you cannot. You understand better than me that you cannot fall, Tallulah. Even if they are all staring at you, even if they are all aiming at your weak points, even if they are planning to tear away at your facade, even if they want to drag you out to laugh and mock at you, to insult you and call you an overambitious, immature fool, you cannot fall. We've grown completely unrecognizable to each other in the time we spent living in different cities. The past will not return. We both have our own undertakings. Right now, mine is still incomplete. So is yours. The road is still long. Because we still have things we need to do. It will be so until the day we are done. You should understand better than me. Tallulah, your road is just as long. Wow, that was cool. Amiya just glares at W. Fine. The officer stops speaking. Because the warrior is moving. Slowly, she stands up. When did your claws get so sharp? Alina should have been here to see this. You're finally willing to talk. Before that, I need to arrest you. Who will be judging me? For now, no one. Ursus and Lungmen do not have the authority to judge you. I am not yet so pitiful that I would need my sister's protection as I struggle in shame. That's not it, Tallulah. Right now, there isn't a place in the world just as capable enough to judge you. There isn't even a place capable of judging the infected. Is that your ideal? To build a place just good enough to judge everyone, no matter who they are, where they are from, or whether or not they are infected? That's not an ideal, that's my job. Long time no see. Long time no see, sister. Looks like I saved you. I won't just give up without a fight, even now. I don't dare to die yet. You can make amends. Nothing I do will make up for it. In the course of a single winter, I've destroyed countless people. I am in no position to make amends. It's just, I can't die yet. I can't do that. It's all over if I die. If I die, that means they've won. That means the names that only I remember will die along with me. You will continue living? Perhaps I don't deserve to. However, I don't deserve to die here either. I don't deserve such an endless, easy death. The world will never again be as it was. What's happened has happened. What hasn't happened yet will continue to happen. The falling rain will wet the earth, but the dead will not return. I will continue living. I will live until I have the right to die for them. When we were young, we once played a game. Face, 3 points. Chest, 5 points. Waist, 2 points. I don't know why Wei and Wu taught us that game. I think it's useful though. It's because I was bullied by the other kids in school. You were protecting Beatrix, so you got beaten up badly. You weren't the one who did it. I can subdue you in 2 moves now. Just try it. You've become very competitive. Put the sword down. You look silly holding it. Let's all do that then. By the way, are you using that Shishao to fulfill your dream of being an adventurer? Good food, good wine, and amazing scenery, pretty women, good manners and great company. Isn't it like those weird novels you used to read? Hey, shut up. Don't tell me you're still into those. I'll beat you so bad you won't be able to spill anymore. Anyway, thank you. Thank her, not me. You should be thanking that brave little rabbit and all the infected who fought alongside her. She was the one who braved your fire and flames to get all the way here. Amiya is the one who really saved you. Before that, let's settle things between us. There are barely any left. No, Tallulah, the future stretches far ahead. It's okay, little bunny. Everybody has a past that needs to be shattered. Miss W, I have to ask, why do you know the break command for the core city? A girl has her ways, yeah? I'm gonna pass on answering that one. You'd probably kill me. But since you trusted me just now, maybe I can make an exception, if you promise not to get mad. You're talking about Misha. No, it was Alex. Skull Shatterer. Yeah. His father told him about it before he died. He wasn't a dumb man. He knew pretty much what Reunion was planning to do. But he couldn't do anything about it, just like how he couldn't stop Ursus from killing his friends, and how he couldn't keep his kids alive. At the time, none of us got it. I really only figured it out just now. That liar Cachet really had us all fooled. Me, Old Maid Patriot, Frost Nova, Faust, Mephisto, Skull Shatterer, Crown Slayer, all of us were fooled. Misha didn't need to die. I got her killed back there to keep Chernobog in place. Then when I couldn't stop Chernobog, I really regretted that one. I thought my damn bullshit was gonna get everyone killed. Thankfully, the dragon lady still had a little bit of consciousness left in her. I screwed up. Right, I won't ask for forgiveness or anything. At the time, I didn't think I was doing anything wrong. If everyone used common sense, the world would have died a long time ago. But Misha is gone. We will never be able to make up for that mistake. W, none of this will ever happen again. I won't let you. Either you promise me, or we'll imprison you at Rhode Island. Even if it was to save a lot of people, a single life is still alive. Well... Oh, looks like Tallulah's all out of power. Those arts she was forcing out of her can't be good for her body. Oh, she fell down. Hey, Rabbit. I don't know if I've ever said this before. how should I put it? Little bunny, you're a lot like her. What? Bye, Amia. I really hope that you never have to meet anybody like me ever again. So let's make this the last time we meet, bunny girl. Ah, W. It stopped. Journal box moving. Well done, Rhode Island. The enemies are retreating. They're routing. Should we chase after them? It's a mass rout. They feel it. They've been abandoned. We've won. We did it. The infected did it together, just like that. This is all thanks to you, Rhode Island. Hooray, little kitten. You're amazing. We did it. Hooray, the feline of Rhode Island. You can just imagine this little kitten giggling to herself. I'm not doing that. Ace, Scout, I think I've done it. I think I understand now. I don't just have family. There's a lot of good people and a lot of gentle people. It's warm. Really warm. These warm things maybe I won't forget. I shouldn't forget. Even if it's painful, I will do my best to remember. We finally arrived. We arrived just in time. Amia's done it. Oh, Doctor. It's really good to see you. Shit. Amia. And the exhaustion finally caught up to Amia. Well then, time to end this journey today, shall we? Let's begin with the final... Well, there is a special one, but let's begin with the final epilogue cutscene titled An Epilogue or a Beginning. Every journey has a destination, but this world knows no end. Damn it, Amia. What happened, Amia? What's going on? Come here, Doctor. What I'm about to do next, you are not to tell anyone, ever. Superintendent Shen of Lungmen. No longer. Then I'll ask you to keep an eye on the dragon over there for me. We'll be taking her into custody when this is all over. Any questions? Look after Amia first. Yes, Doctor, give me your hand. Okay. This isn't going to hurt, but don't ask. I'm going to jam this syringe into your arm and take some blood. And that's all I'm telling you. It's for your own good. No questions. She's right. It doesn't hurt you. It doesn't hurt. You don't feel anything. kal'tsit places your freshly drawn blood into a device on her waist. Seconds later, she administers a blue solution into Amia's neck. Amia's breathing stabilizes. What happened? It worked. Amia, wake up. Huh? Miss Theresa? No, it's me, Amia. Dr. kal'tsit, You're okay, Amia. You don't have to talk. Let's get ready to go. It's all okay now. Well, you can imagine the next few moments in your head. This is pretty much her moment to let loose of all of her pent-up emotions over the past couple of weeks. As she full-on just cries her eyes out. Amiya. Once more, I want to point out that this young girl that is around, again, I can't fully remember, like around the age of 15, 14, who has been handed an entire landship organization, was fighting for so many people that are infected and also non-infected a lot of times, that has been dragged on top of it into a war that she never wanted to see happen or ever lead through, had to take lives during it, lives of people that she wanted to protect, lost so many operatives along the way, has for the past 2 weeks, as this main story covers so far, yes, 2 weeks in this narrative so far have passed, and all across those 2 weeks, she has been just bottling up all of the emotions she had, everything that has happened. And at this very moment, as she's told that it is over, she just lets loose. So let's continue. It's okay, Amiya. The fight is over. My tears, Doctor. I managed not to cry until the end. I promised. And as she continues to sob and calling out to the doctor. Shen, the aircraft will reach the control tower momentarily. We'll take Tallulah and go. Are you sure? I haven't even decided how to handle her. We need Tallulah. Rhode Island must take her first. That's going to bring trouble. Are you worried we're going to get ourselves killed? No need, Doctor. That ship has long since sailed. It sailed as soon as we got involved here. We have 2 swords hanging over our heads. One is Lungmen's and one belongs to the Third Army of Ursus. We stopped the core city, we got involved in the attack on Lungmen, and we know the entire conspiracy. That's enough to have them plotting to destroy us. What would the Third Army do if Lungmen decided to strike at us? They'd grab the popcorn. The murderers in their fancy uniforms would watch our landship burn into a scorched hulk in the wastelands, one of the thorns in their side melting away. And on the other side, a private company without registration in Lungmen, not under the protection of Lungmen, finds itself attacked and destroyed by unknown forces. That doesn't sound like a problem for Lungmen or Yan, does it? Unless, of course, we're holding Tallulah. Anyone who might want to strike at us first needs to consider the signal they're sending. Does it say to their rivals that they need Tallulah? That she is key to this case? That she grants an advantage? That she could eliminate a weakness? That is our one and only chance at survival. It is to Rhode Island's great advantage that the magnates of Lungmen and the ancient nobility of Ursus will not find common ground in the next century. If we hold Tallulah, their hands are tied. Neither will want to make their first move. Neither will want to risk the evidence vital to both sides. Their best course of action will be to remain at a safe distance. Both parties want to distance themselves from the smoking gun. It would take only one slight misstep to bring ruin to either the Third Army or Lungmen. Neither has the authority to stand for their entire country. The Third Army tried once, and they only and they will pay a terrible price for their mistake. The stakes are too high. So we will seize the advantage in this situation. We will use each side to protect ourselves from the other. Tallulah is vital to our survival, at least for now. Those clever enough to survive will find a balancing point, and with Tallulah in our hands, Rhode Island can actively choose to be that very point. At least until this all blows over, or they're swept up in their next storm. You planned this from the start, didn't you? There's the aircraft. Time to go. Get Tallulah and Amia in first. We'll take the next one. There's no point in fighting anymore. The guerrillas are gonna kill us. Fall back. Abandon the city. We lost. It's over. Says who? You're alive. If I went down that easy, I couldn't ask you to come with me. Why? Why should we follow you? Huh. No need me to spell it out for you. You're free, you goof. Huh? Free? What are you talking about? You don't have to kill for anybody anymore, and it's not like I'm your boss now either. I'm just saying you can tag along with me. You're done being hired muscle. Now you fight for yourselves. Oh, but still, you can't just be killing for fun. I'll blow your ribcage open if you do. What I'm getting at is, we don't have to listen to the bitches who just want our blades and bows, the ones who don't care if we die, as long as we take a bunch of lives with us. But me? I'm built different. I appreciate money, and they gave us lots. The thing is, we're still alive, and we can get more of it. Don't need to go piling up cash on gravestones. See some haters? Kill them. Kill anybody who looks at us the wrong way, kill anybody who wants to hurt us. Just wipe them all out. Not for reunion, not for all the devils, not for anybody. We make our own way in the world. Maybe we wanna go to Yan and learn how to play Go. Doesn't matter. It's all good. You in? Not like there's anywhere else to go. We'll follow you, but no tricks, W. Sorry, man. All I got is tricks. Is it over? Looks good. I'm really glad we didn't have to pretend to be anyone's friend in order to kill them. I never thought the plan would flip around to help reunion like this. Thanks, bro. Nice work. Let's get out of here. Hawk speaking to Ursin. Don't mention it. Now we're their accomplices. Hawk, how about a coffee when we get back? I'll tell you about that op back in Colombia. I was on your team. Really? Don't you remember your squad mates? Well, you were never there for any of the missions. Well then, we might have really done some good this time. Just a minute, kitten. Is that your aircraft? What's it doing? Oh, I know. It must be here to take Tallulah. And there it goes. We already have her. What? You took Tallulah? No, we can't allow that. Rhode Island doesn't have the right. She must stand trial. She can't just walk away. Sorry, this is how it is. You want revenge, but you can't have it. We can't put her on trial. But you're taking her from us. You stole our chance to execute her. Kitten, don't be so quick to show off what you've learned. Hatred runs in our veins. The hatred of reunion and all the infected brothers Tallulah killed fills us with the gives us the right to try her. Only us, no one else. Will you give her a fair trial? We are justice. Tallulah can't escape us. Okay then, mister. I'll make you a promise. We won't hand Tallulah over to anyone but you and Reunion. What are you going to do with her?
Even I don't know, but I can make you that promise. Because I know we're doing what's right. Kill me now if you have to. I believe in Rhode Island. I'll stand in for her.
What are you talking about? Don't talk like that. Look, Kitten, if you think there's any difference between your loyalty and ours, you've got another thing coming. I trust you. You'll be a glorious fighter someday. Go on. For you, I'll trust Rhode Island, just this once. But you remember, I don't care if it's Tallulah or the Lord of Fiends. If I hear you've stepped out of line even just once. If I hear you've done harm to the downtrodden people of this world, we will hunt you down, we will strike you, and we will kill you all. Especially Tallulah. Don't use her for evil. We'll spike their heads on the highest point in the city to honor the captain, our great warrior who died here alone. This isn't how his story was supposed to end.
It won't come to that. Rhode Island wouldn't do that. Even if they tried, I wouldn't let them. Someday, I'll be just like you said. I'll be able to pick out who's good and who's bad. No one should suffer the loss of a loved one. I'll do what's right. I'll be the judge. I think I almost have my own standard.
We believe in you. We believe your promise, Kitten. Young as you are, you're a lot stronger than so many spineless grown-ups. Alright, we'll hold off on destroying Rhode Island for now, because you're there.
Pinky swear?
Huh? Okay, pinky swear. If I had a daughter, she'd be about your age. Kitten, the other girl, the Lord of Fiends, that caught us, if she can really keep doing good, you can count on us. If you ever get in trouble, we'll be there, because the captain and Yelena, they chose her. I hope you'll prove right. I hope we're wrong. But that's not how it'll go, because we're doing the right thing. Time to go.
Rosmontes, thank you, Reunion Fighters. We have to go.
We're not Reunion anymore. Goodbye, Kitten. Hurry on home.
Bye-bye, mister.
Bye. They're gone, brothers. But we can't. We have unfinished business.
Nothing from the leader of Reunion. Turn the boxcar said he has stopped moving. Tell the 6th, 7th, and 12th divisions. If they still want to proceed, we'll need...
Stop. Or we will be forced to stop you. Not that we would be able to, even if we tried. Only you can put a stop to your nonsensical war machine in time.
You cannot resist the blade of forces. Not this time. And you, the bonds of an impeccable lord. Who are you to give us orders?
The Shadow Guard speaking Gaulish. And how do you know you are not under the spell of Cachet?
Never speak that language to me again. The age of Gaul is over. Never again will that language be used to communicate between countries. Not a city of their remains. Cachet is determined. A determined champion of Ursus.
You cut down the Pardon. You cut down the last man, so praised by the people of Ursus. You need not be so overly prudent. We can offer you assistance. There are things only you may do.
You would ask us to betray our country.
Young one, as I see it, you commit treason in proceeding with this plan of yours. What happens next is up to you, but it is Ursus who will suffer the consequences. Having done all this, you must know, the nobles started this war to solve a problem, but war is far, far worse than the problem. Where is it you will find ultimate peace in Ursus? You put an end to that era by your own hands. You know it better than we.
Wei and Wu's minions, how did you find us?
By your own effort, you have a lot to learn.
Are you threatening me?
No, only we have aged. And while you boast of loyalty to your homeland, there are some matters, however loyal you may view them, in which we will play no part.
What are you talking about?
That which we will not do. The Shadow Guard speaking in Gaulish again. Let's take a step back, young one. The Royal Guard has fresh blood. You have more life ahead of your own. You have more life ahead of you than we. If this is wrong, you will have time to right it. But you must think of Ursus, so as to avoid the same pitfalls. Who will right it?
We will. You put a stop to your people. And you, old man, you're not in the Imperial Guard anymore. Don't interfere.
Indeed, it has been a long, long time since we last were. Such is why we may speak freely. Long life to you, young one. There will be a next time. Please, I'm begging you. If you're going to kill me, just do it. Just don't let them find me. They'll torture us. They always... Enough gossip. Move out. Come on, we don't want the shield guards to get you. Are you really letting us go? The captain would want you to live. Confusing one, that. You stay away from them. Tallulah's guards and the shield guards. Confusing one. Quick little flashback. You sure you want to stay? Yes. But reunion is gone. I think you can't even call the shield guards reunion anymore. They sure don't call themselves that. Unless we were going to make some changes. If we're reunion, we have to change ourselves. You still believe that? I know we infected can pull ourselves up when we fall. Over the next 36 hours, the soldiers from Ursus' Third Army who had infiltrated the Chernobyl court city quietly vanished. Of course, no one could prove they were Ursus soldiers. Before leaving the core city, the shield guards found reunion corpses with no identifying items, except for the wounds in their flesh. They were all caused by the same thrown weapon. The formless killers planned to kill the heavies they knew, sending a quiet warning to the unseen parties who were not present. Of course, the shield guards were more direct with their message. Traitors drown in their own blood. A joint investigation team from Yan and Ursus submitted their reports 2 weeks after arriving in Chernobyl. They were clear. There was zero evidence that either of the two countries had anything to do with the tragedy. They determined that the Chernobyl incident was created and caused by the infected. But the vagaries of political conflict meant that any further legal action to be taken against the infected that might have been circulating in the major cities ultimately died in various legislatures, piles of unpassable bills, until finally meeting an unceremonious end in the old secretary's crank shredder during a cleanup. Thus, the Chernobog incident silently drew to a close.
Calm down. I'm not a killer. Go this way. You can stay here. If the Ursus army finds you, they won't care if you're infected or not. They're wiping out the city.
So you're the only one we can trust?
If you want to live, you live.
We'll live. Where should we go?
Alright, sure. This way. I can't do anything about you hating us, but I hope we won't have any more hate for you, since you also lost your homes. Brothers, here, take them. They're not infected, so be careful.
Groundslayer? What about you? Where are you going? What should we do?
Why are you still following me?
You're a leader of Reunion.
I'm nothing. I want to go back to Siracusa.
Why? Why would you?
I'm weak. I need to get stronger. Back when I was leaving Siracusa to go to Ursus to take revenge for my father, my teacher stopped me, saying I was weak, and I couldn't do it. I didn't believe it, but it was the truth. My brain doesn't work like Tallulah's. I'm not as skilled as my teacher. I'm weak. Even the cause I believed in was just somebody's tool. You all know, right? Tallulah betrayed us. No matter what the deal is, Reunion is over. I don't think this is how the movement ends. Aren't you from Lungmen? Yes, but where I come from doesn't matter to what I'm saying. Whether or not she acknowledges it, and you have to realize it, no matter what happens to Reunion, Tallulah already lit the flame. And you can't just put it out like that, like this. Sure, if that's how it is, I think they're better off going with you. Are you asking that of me? Let's say I'm entrusting them to you. You might be lying to me here, but though these people lost their homes, I won't lie to you. They'll be worse off with me. Okay, are you willing to come with me?
Groundslayer?
Ursus. The Empire just hasn't gotten to the point where they'll treat all the Ursus like we do. Goodbye, all of you. Don't make the same mistakes I did. Girl.
What's your name, and where are you going?
Call me 9. I'm going to where the fire burns the hottest.
I knew you'd be here. Can't hide from you. You came here to mourn them. I may be mourning us, or reflecting on mortality and greed. Your sword's something else. At least my sword isn't cutting your throat.
I know you don't mean it,
Old Way. If we were really going at it, who could say which one of us would have dropped first? Be serious, please. I have to give you a few good jabs, old friend. You know, She and those infected got it done. You should think things over again, the arbitrary way you go about them. You almost dragged Lungmen into a war and wrecked the whole place. I'm not sure about that. Even if Lungmen were to choose a certain future, it may yet choke it out over some small thing. A chance occurrence. The city didn't choose her. We should be proud that she chose the city. They're not mutually exclusive, Kojui. The city chose her to, even if it wasn't ready to accept who she is. And you should tell that to her. It's time for me to go, all the way. Wait, Kujui. Did the Shadow Guard lie to me? Oh? They're your Shadow Guard. How should I know? I should have known you and Lin Yusha were working together. Your Shadow Guard aren't the Imperial Guards they once were. They're human now. Do you think they can stand to watch you make another mistake? So that means when I told them to handle the infected, then you... Shh. Heaven knows, besides. When you knew we would. Head back soon. That sick old tiger has something for you. Yushi? Oh, you're here. I would also like to point out here that for some reason Shen didn't ever receive this as a costume, even though I can only imagine how cool freaking biker Shen would be with her two swords and shit. She would essentially be like a mix between Cloud and Akira. And how cool would that shit be? So, Hypergryph. Shen biker skin? When? Anyway. Uncle Lin. Look at you dressed like this. It looks like you're headed up right off somewhere. Do remember to visit from time to time. I'm not sure I can. Then you'll have to write us. Let us know you're safe out there. I will, Uncle Lin. This is where Tallulah father is buried, and your mother. In the end, they couldn't be buried in the city they loved. Or in the case of your mother, it was a matter of both love and hate. I'll never forget the look of this place, Yushi. I think of them whenever I see it. My sister and my sworn brother, with whom I shared no blood. They are buried here. A place too small to house their passion. Words too weak to express their remorse. An unmarked grave. Yes. Heh. Names perhaps mean more to the living. All around the world, we idolize Burial. As all graves eventually disappear, no one knows a peaceful, eternal sleep. Catastrophe, war, abandonment, and all such things. Should a city disappear, the souls buried within disappear right along with it. And in the countless settlements that dot the land, I have never yet found one where the descendants knew the location of the graves of their ancestors. There is a form of burial called the Tombway. It denotes a part of a nomadic city's pathing as the burial ground, where the dead will be tossed from the city, with the passing cycle as a form of honor. I'm too forgetful. Too many things I forgot too easy, too many things I want so desperately to forget. But dare not even forget them. And so I picked this place for them. I brought my sister to Lungmen. I met Fumizuki in Lungmen, along with Edward, who had fled to Lungmen. I can't say we made the best of friends, but he was smart and bold. Kashay ruled Lungmen from the shadows, and so was his thorns in his side. We knew we had no choice but to depose him. It was the only way to give us a future in the city. Here, this grave is the farthest Lungmen had ever been. After we beat Kashay and exiled him from Lungmen, the city sat a few dozen miles away, bright and full of hope. Our future awaited us. We drank, talked, laughed, enjoyed ourselves without a thought to our remaining fuel. We very nearly died of thirst until Adams, that sick old tiger, coughed up his car to come and get us. Boy, did he give Edward and I the business after that. Oh, he wasn't as old then, nor was he as sick or ferocious. But who cares? We were all having a good time. Lynn was laughing like we didn't have blood on our hands, laughing like we were boys in the time of our lives. Edward was the scion of the highest Londinium nobility, and we were keeping that secret in Lungmen. But Cachet already knew. He may have long since started plotting. He told my jealous twin and shadow of Londinium about Edward and my sister, about their relationship. I was forced to choose between Edward or my sister's unborn child. I hid it for 10 years after Edward died. Only my brother and Cachet knew. But now Edward and my sister are both gone from this world. Someday, a catastrophe will strike and wipe away everything. No one will remember the tragic lovers buried here. These two who died because of me will be forgotten.
I met Cachet. He may be more evil than either of us know.
I can imagine.
This grave... Mother...
It was my fault your mother wasn't so warm towards you. I had to have her marry that young noble to protect her. I should have done better.
It's all in the past. Promise me, Wei and Wu. Promise me you won't let Lungmen turn into a grave.
Never again.
As if I could trust a word you say.
I never needed your trust. But you can believe me this one time, like when I promised to train you.
You trained me well. I couldn't have gotten her back without you.
I'm glad.
I don't think you've spoken to me in 10 years as much as you did today.
I think we talked a lot.
What I mean is as Shen Hu Shi, not as Superintendent Shen. I'll be off.
What are you planning to do with your sister? I have no feelings for Tallulah anymore, except guilt.
Good, that's what you should feel. We're one pair of the countless separated siblings in the world. Most will never be reunited. Even so, I can't just let her go. I still don't know what she is. It's still not clear. There's a prison to keep criminals, but Lungmen we know today can't hold her.
I can't make the Lungmen that could. Only you can create an LGD that could keep the infected and the uninfected together.
It doesn't have to be me. We all have our own part to play. I know that truth, no matter how correct it may be. If the people of Lungmen don't accept it, then then they won't. It seems too much of this. I've seen too much of the slums. And if it is possible to build something like that, I'd like to do it with Rhode Island first. Tallulah, no matter how long it takes, I will get her a fair trial.
You really have grown up.
I don't need to hear that from you, sir. I don't think it's a good thing.
If I, on behalf of Lungmen, ask you to stay, will you do it?
Huh.
If you and Tallulah ever wanted to come back, Lungmen would make the move to take you back, if it can. There are so many things we can't do, but maybe them in the future, maybe they could.
I just hope you haven't forgotten what you were reflecting on. That would be good enough. Say hello to Aunt Fumizuki for me. Oh. Uncle? Take care of yourself.
Yushi, Shen stops for a moment, but she does not turn back. What is it? The path before you is long and hard, but I know you will master it. I'll bear that in mind. Right then, what's the second condition you wanted to offer Rhode Island? After using them to wipe out Reunion, I would ask them to take as many of Longcheng's infected as they could. Give them land, resources, funding, and all the materials they need. They can't refuse, even if they know this is a hard pill to swallow. I have done this before, and I will continue to do it. No hesitation, no regret. And for now? The situation has changed, and we must change with it. Is there a problem with you thanking them directly? You don't worry so much about winning and losing as you used to, and I think I can guess the reason. It's about our little Shen. That's why things have changed. Longcheng's infected belong in Longcheng. So what about Shen? She has her own path to walk. Will you visit her? The chief of Longcheng can't have anything to do with an infected organization. Harsh. Then I'll go. Well, say hello to her for me. When forced to choose between my sister and my sworn brother, I chose my sister. I vowed to let no harm come to them, but I broke that vow. This time is different. I will never choose again. Gachet was wrong. I had no choice. Wei and Wu have only one path to walk, in fact. Even if it is the path of fratricide. For the sake of my two nieces, for the sake of the Longcheng in my dreams. Even if it is my one and only path. You she live well. A few weeks later, kal'tsit speaking over the intercom of Rhode Island. Attention, honored Rhode Island operators, this is kal'tsit. Thanks to our efforts, the Chernobyl issue has been resolved peacefully. Does it hurt? Ow, only if you poke it. Oh, sorry. It's fine. It's fine. How are you? Fine. Ew, what? No way, little kitten. Since when do you keep things to yourself? Is that bad? Okay, I will not do a voice that she is supposedly doing right now, because this is Blaze doing, oh, I am a proud older sister slash mother figure to this kitten, and I am so proud of her right now, kind of crying. So imagine it yourself. Oh, of course not. Scout, can you see? Our little kitten is all grown up. She's a big girl. She's so big now. Wow. Boy. Oh, Blaze. Don't cry. I want to forget. You're really crying? Why are you crying? And she continues to cry. Jesus Christ, Blaze. Don't cry, Blaze. Don't. Bluish Silver should know. Ace too. Our kitten. She's grown up. Jesus Christ, Blaze. Blaze. And she continues to cry. Hey. God damn it, Blaze. Kal'tsit continuing on intercom.
Much of the truth will stay buried forever in the ruins of Chernobog, because we live in an uncaring world. But Rhode Island will remember. No matter what else we undertake, we must remember. A roads operator does not sacrifice her life for a single person or event.
Now in the medical bay.
Oh, this topical medicine is really useful. There are lots of similar patents out there, but I think this cream is effective enough to have a market. The main point is that even if it's not especially effective, it is very cheap to produce. All the components that came up in analysis were common, wild-growing plants. It's a bit of a pain to get them from the northwestern tundra. They are spread over such a wide area. The inventor must have had more perseverance than medical knowledge. Where do we want to apply the patent, Amiya? In Ursus, and make it cheap. But I think the Empire has similar tech. Ursus has more people who need it. What should we name it then? We'll call it Frost Nova.
Amiya, were you looking for me?
Oh, Doctor. Medic, you and Warfring take care of it. We'll take care of it from here. Doctor, I'm coming.
Continuing on the intercom.
It is not for the results that we commit to what we do. We do something not because we want to see it done. As a business, this may be a foolish strategy, but we live for more than material gain. Our brave operators have proved that life and its value lay not only in ensuring the survival of one or even many people, or in its biological definition. We have to live on in the moral, civilized sense, because the future of life needs support, and Rhode Island is that support. We are fighting for a cause that will heal the scars on our world.
Another mission?
Yes, with Meteorite. Care to bring our Greenie? I have some new recruits who need to learn. Oh, I don't think so. This is going to be a tough one. Jessica and Frostleaf are going out on patrol. They might be in a better place to take our recruit. Jessica? Can she handle it? I think you've seen how far she's come. I have. I think she'll certainly be able to put some pressure on the new recruits. Then Nerl's going to crush me with all her pressure. Am I really that heavy? No, that's not what I meant.
Back to the intercom.
It is for this belief that we are willing to die. Ace Squad, 13 members. Ace, Bad Tom, Kurg, Heartbrick, Woodspoon, 17, Bronze News, Green Pea, Lunar Silver, Confidenti, Sandwash, Violet Flame, and Carries. Amiya Squad, 13 members. Dim Needle, B Softhand, Chili Jimmy, Keen Ear, Anger Nahing, Santi, Marco Smith, Fade. Divides, Frost Nova, Antonio Lisa, Wild Ash, Huey, and Indigo Jade.
At a previous moment before the intercom,
I can't put Frost Nova on the KIA list.
Give me a reason.
No matter what you say, she wasn't an official employee. What of the consequences? What if our operators are outraged at you putting our reunion operative on our casualty list? It's not something you should do.
She fought for the same goal.
Is that all it takes?
Yes. Rhode Island fights for the same idea.
Okay. I'll do it. You've done your duty. I hope you
You'll stay as you are now. And I'd like to apologize for that thing back there, Doctor. The question you asked me back at the sarcophagus, I can't give you an answer. Not now, not tomorrow, not ever. I don't want to hide the truth, but I really can't give you the answer you're looking for, unfortunately. Neither I nor PRTS have a good explanation. I hope you can forgive us. But someday, when the time is right, it will appear to you. Doctor, when that day comes, when you finally know the truth, will you be ready? Another thing, Doctor. Amiya has taken on a lot of burdens. I hope you could avoid giving her more bad memories. We should take more onto ourselves instead. Those things which we can't even face ourselves. We can do it. As long as you're here, as long as you are like this. Back to the intercom. Scout Squad, 13 members. Scout, Milim, Tipsy. Slink, Mimi, Lifa, Slana, Mary. Thumbtack, Mudflower, Macron, Ptar, Scorpion. Rosmontes Squad, 1 member. Bluish Silver. Radiant Squad, 1 member. Lykusa. 41 sacrifices in all in the Chernobog incident. Rhode Island will not forget. We will remember their names forever. Even should Rhode Island cease to exist someday, all that they have done will leave its mark on our world.
Doctor? You don't want to talk? I get it. So much has happened. But with you by my side, I feel happy. There are some things we can't do by ourselves.
But it's not like we do them for their own sake.
Right. Rhode Island, we always press forward, no matter what the dark clouds bring. And no matter how many terrible stories unfold across the world. I'll always believe in the warmth in your heart.
And what will you do if I'm actually bad?
Then I'll have to stop you myself. Welcome home, Doctor.
Hi, Amiya. Episode 8, Roaring Flare End. But not yet. Meanwhile, in the detention block of Rhode Island, did she say anything?
Nope, not a single peep since you brought her in. She's so calm, even when, Shen, was it? Even when Shen came to see her, she didn't say anything.
So, what are we going to do about it?
Me? Do I look like Ascalon? And I don't think we have anything we need from her yet anyway. More information is gonna depend on where you use it, I guess. I really don't know how to handle a person like that.
What about those LGD people?
What? It's not like it's your first time at Rhode Island. What's there to be so shy about?
I just got promoted. I don't want anyone thinking I'm working under the table with Rhodes.
Missy, you're totally good with it, huh? You make it look like you're going shopping. Who could stop me?
Sure enough, you got that rich girl brain.
Chief Wei's office? Who's that?
An angel with blue hair? Or a Sarkaz?
What? She's really hurt. Hey, you can't just barge in. Chief Wei is in there.
And here we have, for the first time in the story, the introduction of Mostima. Even though she's obviously here with question marks, she's a unit that is recruitable, and we know her name definitely.
Looks like you got company, Chief.
Anyone who could make their way in here is someone I can trust. Let's have you look after your own wounds first.
If you don't mind letting those two out there eavesdrop, then this little scratch is no big deal.
What are you doing here, Laterano messenger?
I'm not here as an official Laterano messenger, although the church does actually have a message for you.
Oshiguma, take Spire outside.
Oh, roger that. Hey, why just me?
There. Speak, messenger.
He said,
and she continues in the language of Laterano.
What did you have for breakfast, and what will you eat for dinner?
Odd. Why would he want to know what I think?
I think you are the chief, Mr. Wei.
Back at Rhode Island.
They're not here in an official capacity. The blonde tiger and the green-haired Oni, I think they're probably here to meet an old friend or something. But hey, if we carry on like this, we could have the Ursus Royal Guard taking a stroll around the landship.
When they came by, did the patient react at all?
Nope. I can only ever guess at what kal'tsit's thinking. Oh, I'll get the surveillance set up. You stand under the camera. Come on, come on.
And in the cell? Tallulah. Humans are weak, complicated, selfish creatures. Even cysty beasts possess an ability human beings lack. They forage the land day after day, never stopping, never giving up. Unlike humans. Humans kill one another for food. Humans harm one another for selfish desires. As such, human beings use others to determine their own value, to measure their worth. You have what it takes to enlighten them. You have the right to use them. You know what you must do. I thought you all that you are. How do you overcome these countless years of oppressive history? The history of humanity is a history of struggle. Wisdom, ideals, and methods. Your sight is my sight. Surrender your fantasies. Sooner or later, you will return to me. I am your only end.
Cachet. No, Cachet. Absolutely not. All that you taught me now waits on my body, carved into it as scars forever. The past is behind us. It's all over. Indeed, I must put an end to all you have brought. All the ugliness and shame you cast upon me will be my fuel. It will fuel my future. Until I find you, until this world is liberated, I will never stop burning. I will not deny you again, Cachet. I oppose you. Until all wrongs have been righted, and all our sins purged. It will be done, even if our end is the same. I will burn it all to ashes, even if I burn to death.
Okay, for this segment, I know who the next two people talking are, but I'm not sure in this very moment who is who, so I will just narrate through the black screen. How long have you been out?
Oh, I can't be bothered to count. I lost track of a while ago. But even if you run, you won't get away. One needs a hammer to strike a nail, and if all you have is a hammer, everything looks like a nail. Maybe now is the time. Vina, come here, please. I have words for you. Alright, Dr. kal'tsit. Just a moment. One question. Are you ready? I'm not sure, but I guess I'm ready whenever.
And there we have the introduction of Siege into the story. Very quick glimpse. And now Summer in Ursus. Your Majesty, here is the complete report on the incident. How did this happen? Did one of the royal guard betray us? Wit, give me an honest answer. My chest is an unlit fireplace on a winter day. Only honest words will get my heart beating again, whether or not an unpleasant truth may break it. No, your royal guards would never betray your Majesty. They will remain loyal to you until the world itself is consumed by fire, as long as you are the rightful Emperor of Ursus. You and I both know these are but empty words. Would that the guard did not more than stand back and watch the old monster die. Enough. No more platitudes, no more masks. I've grown weary. Wit, you are no fool. Tell me your thoughts, and look me in the eye as you do. Where are the puppet masters behind this plot? Grand Duke Baikal, Deputy Marshal of the Third Army, and Governor General Rosin, and Viscount Kirky. Of course, I still lack the evidence to prove that they actually orchestrated the entire ordeal. Furthermore, the Royal Guard went to hang them all in their homes. When the Royal Guard went to hang them all in their homes, they found these traitors lacking the courage to face their crimes and your wrath. They took their own lives rather than bear their due punishment. Cowards, absolute cowards. Have they not even the meager courage it takes to stand trial? They must have known. They knew that a trial would reveal their base desires, their corrupted minds, to all the people of Ursus. And yet, now we will never bring them to trial. True, Your Majesty. How regrettable that we must now keep this knowledge behind the curtain, rather than take it out onto the stage. Even a stupid burden beast will do more than chew grass when roused. Nevertheless, the Royal Guard disposed of their remains in the proper manner. Their rotten corpses will dangle, stinking from the ceiling. No one will dare take them down. Had their conspiracy succeeded, Ursus would have suffered another war. They would have seen their influence increase, proportionally draining the power of the Council, perhaps further draining our cities. We are most fortunate they failed. Traitors. Death was too good for them. I should feed them to the flesh Bufidas. But that would be a terrible thing. No, we can't do that. Pardon me, Wit, I don't mean to lash out like that. We must not go back down the road of ruin, no matter how much rage I have for my enemies. I cannot exhibit such behavior. You did not resort to them during the Great Rebellion. To this day, I feel that only a proper blood-soaked threat would have steered them. Pure terror is the only language those who terrorize the innocent can understand. Although I am personally opposed to such measures. Unfathomable. Must I resort to such ancient brutality, such poisonous traditions to stand against the ignorant? And as these maggots seize the words and shields of our empire, are even we left to naught but rot? Forgive me, Your Majesty. I do not have an answer to that question. From a constitutional perspective, I am not your legal spy master. More importantly, Wit, is the legend true? Is the deathless black snake a malignant deity that cannot be slain? And are there others such deities like it in our realm? What can we do to free our people from this tyranny? We stand now in the light, surrounded by darkness. Can we use fire to illuminate Ursus? Your Majesty, I must point to one fact. In recent decades, only the Duke of Cachet, among all the ageless, shows clear signs of involvement in these events. And even after his death, we are unable to confirm her identity. That tells us that the ageless of Ursus still fear you. They fear you and your contempt. Nearly 1,000 years have passed since we overthrew the Hypergryph. A couple of dying monsters cannot stand against the might of the Ursus people. Let them do as they will. They will fail. We will find them, and we will destroy them. Your Majesty need not worry. I hope it all proceeds as you've said. What of the infected situation? Any developments? Your Majesty is over hasty. You acted too quickly to close the infected mines the armies held in the northwest. It may have been your hope to weaken the army's supply reserve, or even show a little benevolence. But as much as the army opposes you, your people also oppose this. They fear the infected. It is unwise to go against your people at this juncture. They by and large despise the infected, and standing against the army here could be seen as you standing against the people. You lack the resources to pursue this course. Even if it's the right thing to do, this is to show leniency to the infected by shoveling them into the jaws of hell. It is time, Your Majesty. Yorotstvo has been waiting at the door for over 15 minutes. I think you may want to see him. Raving lunatic with his holy visions. I'll make a proper joke of him. But before that, Wit, do you think we can do it? Can we make Ursus great again? I don't know, Your Majesty. Now is not an appropriate time to answer you. But at least you do not lay waste to the world as your father did. That is already quite good. Tallulah the Infected. Should you break the curse of the deathless black snake, then you should be able to break through everything that weighs upon you. I hope that one day we will have a real chance to defeat the country of the last emperor. To be continued. But
Tallulah, you're doing a good service standing guard in this weather. I know it is what you want. So you do. Until we walk out of this winter, my fire will keep burning.
oh, this picture. Oh, this picture.
Shh. Quiet. They're sleeping. Oh, sorry. Shh. They trained all day? The kid with the dark hair looks like he could handle a bow, but he'll need to grow a bit. Then let them sleep, but I'm about to leave. I'm dropping the temperature too much. I'll catch a cold. Sorry to bother you. You didn't. It's just the one with the white hair. He's a light sleeper. If I don't sing to him, he has night terrors. I don't know what he's been through. Time heals all wounds. Is your father still working on tomorrow's battle plan? He told me something about an Ursus infected transport center. He has to think carefully, keep our losses low. He always tells me to pay attention to that. It's already so late. I've never seen him sleep, not once. Heroes need rest too. The other fighters should have taken some. Think of yourself before him. Who was Who was that you reached out to a few days ago? Where were they from? Ludmila and Alex. Looks like they've been around Chernobog. They know the city well. That's a big city. Yes, and with lots of infected in it, we might be able to bring them in with the right plan. Ludmila and the people with her seem strong. I think they might become dependable allies, even if they're a little ornery right now. Ornery as those of us fighting in the Ursus army all the time? Chernobog, it's too far, and too many things stand in our way. How many years would it take? 3 or 4? Still wouldn't get us there. Even if we don't fight it or stop it, it will have to come to us. With the effort of the infected in the city, we can build a city of our own. And maybe, in 3 or 4 years' time, we'll be looking at tomorrow. Tomorrow is so close. I like the sound of that. Got some rest. Right. Good night. Good night, Sasha and Eno. Hurry back. I'll send the kids to the settlement soon. Right. My brothers and sisters. Good night. And yes, this picture you're seeing right now is the very same picture that appeared for but one special CG somewhere around the midpoint of the story itself, that was framed and cracked in Shen's old apartment. But now we get a bigger look at it. But we are not fully done yet. As I said, I will include Amiya's full file at the end of this episode, but before we do that, we will go over this little thing here, EG-5 Burnt Fragment number 5, titled A Matter of Self. Now, I will say this. Hopefully I will not forget by the time I'll upload this video, but I will link the wiki page for just this fragment. The reason why, this is a very heavy choose what you wanna ask, say, or not say kind of deal. The doctor will be talking to someone. I'll say this, the first time reading through all of this and then coming to this burn fragment, or rather unlocking it later on, as I had to redo some certain parts to get to this. This is a person I was not expecting to see or ever talk to in the main story. And especially the way he will talk to the doctor is very peculiar. Who it is, you will see in a moment. If you don't recognize the person, I will say it once we get the person introduced. But yeah, for now, we will go over this file. I will hopefully not forget to link it, but I will link it. Even if I forget to link it, you can view it on the fandom wiki page very easily. You can get all of the options out of it, but covering all of the options in this already long video would be, oh boy, that would be quite a hassle. So I will spare you of that. I will go through one random line, whatever I choose here right now. This will be literally blind going through it, because I haven't prepared a path through it. So if you wanna see every single possible mutation of the conversation, please go through the wiki page. It's really a lot. But let's begin. Forgive my presumptions. Might you be the doctor? You're 12F? So yeah, why did it surprise me that we are talking to this person when we got to this first time? For people who are not familiar to the game and are following along with the story,
12F is a operative of Rhode Island. He is one of the 5 default characters you get in the roster, and he is one of the only 5 2-star characters in the game. And yeah, this guy suddenly walks up to the doctor for a chat. This got me by surprise, I will not lie, that this guy suddenly appeared. So yeah, let's continue. You're 12F? I never thought you'd remember me. Have we met somewhere before? Or perhaps you've previously read my files? Don't be so polite. Nay, once you're familiar with me, you may well come to hate me. With some politeness, both sides are left a little leeway to advance a step, or to withdraw something. It's really been a long campaign, and you've endured to the bitter end. Battles like these are only cause to feel fear. Might you feel that way, Doctor? In turn, ask him whether he's afraid. If you were to ask, I don't tell lies. I am. Granted, I've already come all this way with the team, but I'm still quite afraid. In the wilderness, dying is not much worth mentioning, and a trivial thing. This has become a consensus across near to all people. I believe that was why we set up nomadic cities. We wish to live on, to not be killed by the wilderness again. But the disasters occurring among these cities were a repeated reminder to us that often, when we think we've had the great fortune to escape from somewhere, we'll play new misfortunes upon ourselves. Did the people of Chernobog ever imagine they'd go through this? I imagine they didn't. It's no good thing passing your days trembling in fear. Outcomes such as this are too dark. I can't imagine what I'd be like, stuck to this vision and living on. But all of this has dropped unwittingly, right on their heads. We've stopped the core city. What if something broke out once again with Chernobog, within Chernobog? When I consider all we might encounter in the future, it leaves me feeling only afraid. Inquire what his purpose of asking is. Because I wanted to understand your character. Though given I could find you here, I can more or less arrive at my own answer. Disregarding the people who already knew you well, there are plenty like myself who didn't join Rhode Island too long ago, who feel some sense of curiosity about you. Of Amia, we all have the same general impression. Everyone knows what beneath her minuscule stature lies a tenacious will holding her up. Opinions on Dr. Kal'tsit all vary. While I can very much understand her, no matter what Dr. Kal'tsit does, she always has a basis. She is in no way impetuous and never acts on an impulse. That's simply not something the average person can achieve. Whereas you... What about you? It's not been too long since you came back to Rhode Island, and before you'd returned, your name had spread fast. But we didn't know who you were, what kind of person you were, what would you bring for us. Before you came, Dr. Kal'tsit pushed the notification to each individual's terminal, letting us all know that you'd be an important member of the Rhode Island Command Department someday. Though plenty of notifications from HR are similar, I was still able to pick up on the information concealed within that short paragraph of text. You were, to some of us, completely unfamiliar. At the same time, at least that was how it was. It's not just that we don't know what sort of past you had, we weren't even sure of what kind of future you had. Where would Rhode Island lead us?
Along the way, you'll be sure to play an important role. I know that was how a lot of people felt. But what about yourself? Might you feel like all of that is not part of you? You've lost your memories, after all, and this world hides a great many facts from you. Doctor, I have some personal experience. Can you hear it out? You may as well, really. You don't have to take it seriously. You might feel like, ever since you've woken, you haven't had much right to choose anything, that the road has been paved out entirely by others. Personally, in my experience from the moment I was born up until now, ever since I was tossed into this land, I've always had that sort of feeling, that I can't choose. I can only live upon this great land. Putting those great figures we've felt they could change their own fate aside, we ordinary people, please just allow me to say this, we ordinary people are always pushed along. But are we truly allowed no choice? To this Chernobyl Core City mission, I signed up. I knew this was highly dangerous, and I knew it went against what I believed. More than doing anything to shake the world, what I want is to live on. And I was very well aware I couldn't help with much myself, compared to other, far more specialized operators. It was all I could do not to get in the way. But I still chose to do things in this manner. I didn't need to explain to anyone else my reasons, nor did I need to tangle myself in anything after this. Before we made our decisions, we wondered why we had to do things this way. And after that, so we did them. So, Doctor, you actually had some sort of choice, didn't you? You came with us all the way here. You're here. That's my verdict then. Thank you for your time, Doctor. I apologize for talking to myself for so long, but I do understand you a little more now. It's getting late. Preparations for work should be more or less there by now. I've confirmed your safety as well. Following that, our team should be retreating. So I'll see you at Rhodes, Doctor. Oh right, Doctor. No matter if it's just in the moment or just the slightest variance, the future will surely follow with each difference in your choices and expose a different approach as time goes by. I trust you will always have a choice.
So yeah, interesting words spoken by a character that is probably very overlooked until this very moment in the story. But yeah, as I said, we will finish off today's episode with Amia's full file, her voice files for both her caster and sword version. So if someone is gonna stop here listening, I will just say very quickly, thank you for listening so far. If you're staying for the Amia part, you're free to do so, obviously. It's gonna be quite an interesting file, especially for people who are also watching the file series. This one will be quite different compared to everything else. But in the meantime, like I said at the beginning of the video, considering now we have completed the entire story up until this point, you are free to finally go and watch the Vigilo series. You cannot be spoiled by it anymore. That series is taking place past this point in the story, towards the next campaign. And on top of that, there are a couple of mini side stories that are taking place in between the next couple of months. Just as a reminder, this story right now has ended at the beginning of a year. It began at the last week of 1 year, it ended at the end of the first week of the next year. And now we'll continue, at least in the main campaign, several months later down the line before the year ends. In the meantime, stories like the Neural storyline with Maria Neural and Neural the Radiant are taking place in between that span of a couple of months, in which Rhode Island will be going from this point where it is at Longcheng towards Casdell, where Neural's storyline will take place. And I believe on its way back, it will continue towards Victoria, as we've seen a little glimpse of Siege there, which is the glimpse of we are going to Victoria. That is pretty much where the next campaign is taking place. But along the line, as after the story in Casdell and the Neural storyline, the part of the crew of Rhode Island, including the Doctor, will also be departing towards the land of Kierag, where the Silver Ash family is from. So that story, Break the Ice, is taking place also in between now and where the next main campaign is. But like I said as well at the beginning of the video, none of those stories are actually spoiling anything towards the main campaign of the game. None of these events are technically being mentioned, only sometimes in passing and like a little bit of, oh yeah, that thing is still going on over there, or something like that. Like it's being kept vague. But let's go over here and let's take a look at Amia's file. First, we will start with the audio file and everything on the side of her as a caster. So, let's begin in the usual fashion. Considering I want you guys to just chill back and listen, I will obviously switch her to her English VA for both sides. So, let's begin. Basic info. Codename Amia, gender female, combat experience 3 years, place of birth Rim Billiton, date of birth December 23rd, race Cautus/Chimera, height 142 centimeters. She is very tiny. Infection status showed physical signs of originium. Infection confirmed by medical report. No shit medical report. Physical exam. Physical strength, normal. Mobility, standard. Physical resilience, normal. Tactical acumen, excellent. Combat skill, standard. Originium arts assimilation, redacted. Profile. The public face of Rhode Island and its top executive. Although Amia appears to be a young and inexperienced girl, she is universally trusted and highly qualified for her position. Amia now leads Rhode Island in fighting for the future of the infected and striving to exorcise the dark shadow of Originium from the land. Clinical analysis. It looks beautiful, right? Imaging tests for this operator showed blurry outlines of internal organs with visible, unusual dark spots. Unusually high concentrations of originium particles were present in her circulation, indicating signs of infection and confirming her as infected at this stage. Cell originium assimilation 19%. Once again, like I sometimes say in the file series on the channel, that is high. That is, I'm about to die high. But, as we've learned from the story so far, she is quite a different case from normal infected. But the rest here is redacted. So we go to blood originium crystal density, 0.27 units per liter. Again, the rest of the comments redacted. And once again, 0.27 is very high. It's very deadly high. And then we have this one single file here, titled Class Conversion Record, number 1. According to the records, the saber wielded by the Sarkis Lord Kolem was between 0.9 and 1.2 meters long, about 5 centimeters thick, made of an unknown material, black in color, and bore a traditional Sarkis inscription, which read, "Here the fighting stops." After succeeding to the throne, Kolem reorganized Kasdal and felt that time in the West had been unkind to the people, so he led some Sarkis tribes to the east, at which point he vanished from history. According to legend, Kolem had the power to rout his enemies without fighting. Some accounts say that Kolem's enemies suffered a weight several times that of their normal weapons when facing him in battle, finding themselves physically and mentally defeated. If they were lucky enough to survive, they were often maimed, but some refer to Kolem as an enlightened despot, saying that cuts from his blade drew no blood, and anyone wise enough to retreat would survive. However, some ancient texts claim that Kolem's saber was destroyed in battle before he even succeeded to the throne, and that weapon he later wielded was a fragile illusion born of his arts. Such claims are inconsistent with Kolem's subsequent performance in Sarkis conflicts, and few can explain why Kolem would not recast his favorite sword under those circumstances. I speculate that Kolem did have the power to shape weapons with arts, and this theory is centered on the throne, but that Kolem rarely used his arts in that way, having once been an adventurer. Of course, it is written that after Kolem's ascension, his saber gave off a greenish light, like a breath of flame. Kolem's famous ferocity led to the blade being dubbed Wrathful Cerulean Flame. Most of the Sarkis legends have been lost in the ongoing ruination of Kasdal, which has tremendously impeded historical research. There have been recent calls from Sarkis scholars to restore their history, but their own research has been poisoned by propagandistic efforts to paint a noble picture of the Sarkis race. Signed by Logos. And this is where the file ends for now. Okay, and now as per usual with the file series, I will shut up and you guys get to listen to Amiya's normal voice lines. So, here goes.
You work so hard, Doctor. Dr. Kal'tsit told me you have to be 100% focused on your work to maximize efficiency. So yes, that's what I'm gonna do. Rhodes Island has achieved cruising speed, Doctor. Would you mind sorting out the navigation log for me? I still have a lot to learn as leader of Rhodes Island. I hope you'll be there to guide me on our path to the future. Maybe it's just wishful thinking, but I hope Rhodes Island can be like a second home to everyone. Making it this far has cost us so much. Sometimes I can't help but ask myself, is it really worth it? Sometimes I remember where I came from. It was cold, and the air smelled of rusted copper. Rhodes Island is a cozy place in comparison. I'll do everything I can to protect our home. Doctor, let me tell you something. I picked up the violin again. We've still got a long way to go, Doctor. This might be a journey without an end, but as long as you're with me, we'll be okay. There's still lots of work that needs to be done, Doctor. We can't afford to have you resting. I'm so glad you're back, Doctor. Now we can walk this path together. Me with you, and you with me. I see. Thank you, Doctor. I've learned so much from you. I'm so excited to fight by your side again, Doctor. What I saw that day. The despair stuck in my throat. Hopelessly trying to scream. I want to bury it all deep inside my mind and never let it out. Got it. I won't let you down. Operation commencing. Incoming. Get ready, everyone. Here. I'm right here, Doctor. Got it. Roger, I know what you're thinking. Everyone believes in me. Are you afraid of me? I hear someone crying. No matter how difficult the mission, we can handle it as long as you're here, Doctor. I've never doubted you. We may have achieved a perfect victory, but we still can't let our guard down. Well done, Doctor. You must be exhausted. Be sure to rest when you need it. I'm fine. Get it together, everyone! You want something to drink, Doctor? Huh? Doctor! Arknights. Welcome home, Doctor.
Alright, and now we will switch her over to the other one. Oh, but before we switch over, there is... I just remembered. Cause... where is it? There is a voice line that I don't know why, but it's completely differently translated in... or rather, it's completely shortened down in English, and I think it's this one. Right? No, not this one. This one.
実は私、またバイオリンの練習をし始めたんです。今度のパーティーで皆さんにサプライズを。だからドクター、皆さんには内緒ですよ。
So essentially, remember that she in English as is here translated and is voiced, says just that, let me tell you something, I picked up the violin again. And that is where it ends. In Japanese, she definitely says, and I wish I had a proper translated line here, but she definitely says something along the lines of, I have picked up the violin again, and that she hopes that she can surprise everybody at the next party, I think. But also telling the doctor to keep it a secret from everybody else. So I don't know why they went with a different translation here for it. It's a very cute line. Why was it shortened to this? Okay, I guess. But anyway, switching her back. Let's go and swap her to her guard version. Now, her entire file, her written file, is pretty much the same on both guard and what's it called? And a caster version. The only thing that differs now is the voice lines she has in this state. So, once again, I will shut up and you get to listen.
Doctor, what's wrong? Oh, I'm fine, just a little tired. Please check these two files in a moment. A lot of new operators have joined Rhodes Island, and we can't disappoint them. Rhodes Island and this land at large have already lost so much. We will put a stop to it. Rage may destroy us, but when confronting malice, ever more people have no other choice. Until the land finds peace, no one will be able to extinguish this fury. My rings look different. I couldn't hide it from you, Doctor. You're right, one of them broke. But it's okay. Dr. kal'tsit helped me switch it for a new one. Did that have something to do with when I blacked out, you ask? Doctor, in this whole operation, we gained no commercial profit at all. And we gave so much. But there are many things you can't weigh in terms of business value. Rhodes Island was never a company born exclusively for profit. And this land needs more than just physical medications. Chernobog's reunion. It's over. And is there any more point to denouncing what they've done? Think of the people who trampled them, abused them, massacred them. Hatred breeds hatred. That was something that should have never happened in the first place. Once, there was a Sarkaz betrayed, who walked this land bent on vengeance, only to cast his own life into the cycle of revenge. What I can't understand is, he'd already settled on his own end before he drew his sword. In his rage, he settled on death, with a clear mind. death should be carved into our memories, never to be forgotten, no matter who brought that death about, nor who it was brought to. Our mistakes will never be right. Those scars should always remind us, warn us how frail we are. Even now, they still sometimes come to mind. Misha's gaze, Frostnova's roars, Patriot's cries, Ace, Scout, and so many operators sacrificed their lives for a single belief. But the infected all across Terra, what is it that they've died for? Doctor, recently, have I been a little less like myself? The nameless anger that rises up, time and again, is that mine? If so, no. Even if so, I won't give up. I will protect you, Doctor. By this sword. Doctor, are you okay? Do you need to rest a little? I'll help carry you. Don't worry, I'm doing fine. So long as you're rested. Doctor, it's so good to see you. My appearance... please don't be afraid. I can explain this. But don't worry, Doctor. Whatever happens, I won't ever let you come to harm. I swear it. If the fight is unavoidable. This is what the person I most trusted once taught me. Got it. I shoulder the wrath of so many others. Operation commencing. Let's go. Incoming. Ready all members. Amiya here. This sword thirsts for revenge. I won't permit it. My sword is cloaked in Sea Child's shadow. Madame Chen's swordsmanship flows within this weapon. Drop your weapon. Your thoughts, your arts, I can cut them. With what do I answer your failure of justice? Do not make me angry. Doctor, thank you for always supporting me. Our battles will only get harder from here, but we can't give up. How long do we fight? How long until the flames of anger on this land die down? Doctor, good job. Let me handle the cleanup. What happened? This shouldn't have. Phew! We can take a little breather now, right? Doctor! Doctor, could you hear me out for a bit? Is that okay? Arknights. Welcome home, Doctor.
Alright, and that would be her entire file. Not too long, just a lot of voice lines. And yes, if you've noticed, she is a tiny bit demented in this state, which I guess makes sense. There's a couple of lines here that are, ooh, what is happening, Amiya? Oh god, shut up. Shut up over there. Shut up, W. But yeah, this will be it for today's episode. It is already a freaking long one. Oh my god, I'm looking at the clock of the recording. Jesus. Oh, alright. So, once again, after the new year, somewhere after the 1st of January 2023, I will be continuing the narration for the main campaign of the game, continuing on from Act 2, titled Shadow of a Dying Sun, which currently on Global has these 2 episodes. And we will slowly progress with that one as we go onward. And considering that both of these stories are pretty beefy in their own right, yeah, who the hell knows? We might actually catch up to to the next actual release. Okay, that's just a joke. We'll probably be, hopefully be done before that. But yeah, anyway, this will be it. Again, thank you all for watching, listening to all of these narrations so far. Like I said, more stories to come. This is not the end. We should, I think, like I said at the beginning, get another side story, a new one to the global server. Probably soon, considering that contingency contracts will be soon over. So, yeah. There we go. I'm mentally exhausted. I need to chill. I need a tea and I need to chill right now. But yeah, I hope you all have enjoyed this. I hope you all also have a fantastic day wherever you are. And like the screen said earlier, to be continued. But in the meantime, I'll see you all in the next video. Until then, bye bye.